Thank you, Alan. So I'm just wanting to check, are we live? Yes, great. So good morning, everybody, both in the room here in Greenmount and also to our colleagues on Zoom. So there's about 50 to 60 people here in the room and 250 on Zoom. So I hope you are all sitting comfortably. My name is Elizabeth Magowan and I'm a director in AFBI, and I have the great pleasure of chairing this morning's session. So today is all about agriculture and how it can play a really important role in addressing the climate change challenge. This is an important event for today for Northern Ireland, especially in advance of COP26 meeting next week in Glasgow. It's also very appropriate today that this conference is following on from the Minister's announcement yesterday with regard to the Green Growth Strategy. So I am very confident that we have a fantastic lineup of speakers today, both this morning and this afternoon. And I just know that these speakers will stimulate ideas and discussion, which will continue into the future. And more importantly, in line with the agenda of COP, which is all about driving positive action and positive change, the speakers today will no doubt leave you with ideas and discussion points to drive that positive change and action in Northern Ireland. So this morning, the proceedings will include Minister Poots giving a keynote address at the start. Aleathea Brown will follow him from CAFRE. John Gilliland will follow Aleathea, and after that we'll have a panel discussion at about 11 o'clock. And at that stage we'll take questions from both yourselves in the audience as well as from our colleagues on Zoom. So for the folk that are on Zoom, please don't hesitate to submit your questions even as we go through this morning's proceedings, and we can pick those all up in our panel session at the end. So we plan and hope to wrap up this session about 11:45. But with no further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who of course needs no real introduction. Minister Poots is a fantastic advocate for both agriculture and the environment and positive change within agriculture to drive environmental positive outcomes. So Minister Poots, we're delighted to have you here this morning, and I'd like to invite you now to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and it's my pleasure to join with you this morning and be able to speak to you at this important time. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues and friends, it is good also to have our friends on Zoom joining us this morning, and to have those additional folk. And of course, that's the way things have went over this last while because of COVID, but it also helps to address an issue because there's 250 less vehicles have travelled here this morning because those people are on Zoom, and of course it's been easier to accommodate those who are. So having attended Greenmount myself, I can think of no better place to actually have this important event, and it's particularly timely as next week is the UK government will host the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of Parties, also known as COP26 in Glasgow. And the climate talks will be the biggest international summit the UK has ever hosted, bringing together heads of states and climate experts, young people, civic society, and more to agree coordinated action to tackle climate change. And while COP26 will have a global focus, we have a role to play when it comes to tackling climate change. To achieve success, we must work together, not only across government, but also business, including industry and civic society, and other sectors. It is important that Northern Ireland plays its role in supporting the UK to deliver both a successful COP and achieving UK net zero. And the event today is part of a UK-wide countryside COP initiative, which aims to showcase and recognise the positive action already taken in rural communities to reduce emissions and tackle climate change. And as Minister for Agriculture, it's my focus that my department ensures that we have a sustainable agri-food industry, sustainable fisheries and forestry sectors, which help to create a clean, healthy environment that benefits people, nature and the economy. And our sector is incredibly important, not just to the farming community, but to everyone in Northern Ireland, because of its strength in supporting other businesses. This sector accounts for 30% of manufacturing in Northern Ireland, sustaining well over 100,000 jobs, and supporting over 10% of our GDP. and contributing around £1.7 billion per annum with a turnover of around £5 billion. So tackling climate change is a key priority for my department, but we're committed to doing that in a way which ensures that we do not destroy an economy in the process. And so to drive forward actions to tackle climate change, as part of the UK, we need to lead by example on the global stage and deliver towards the Paris Agreement commitments. And our recent joining of the Under 2 coalition helps to show that commitment globally. And at this moment in time, agriculture, along with transport, energy and buildings, are the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases in Northern Ireland. And whilst this presents our industry with significant challenges, it also presents us with substantial opportunities. I recently published the Future Agricultural Policy Framework, which is set about 4 key outcomes: increasing productivity, very important that people understand that, we don't want to go backwards, environment, sustainability, and improved resilience and a responsive supply chain. Higher productivity growth needs to come through science and innovation, and it must be achieved in a way that is compatible with improving environmental sustainability at the same time. Now, there's those out there who think it's impossible to do that. I beg to differ. Carbon reduction is being taken forward as a cross-cutting theme of the framework portfolio, seeking to ensure that as many of the policy interventions as possible help to drive down the carbon footprint of the agricultural industry. My ultimate aim is to ensure that Northern Ireland takes full advantage of the opportunity to develop a sustainable agricultural industry. That has to be sustainable environmentally and financially. And with this in mind, I'm delighted to announce the launch of a new soil nutrient health scheme for Northern Ireland. This is an innovative and forward-looking soil sampling and carbon analysis scheme that I am making available to all farmers. The scheme is aimed at building from the ground up by putting an increased emphasis on improving soil nutrient health and farm carbon. The new scheme will, for the first time, provide farmers with detailed information on soil nutrient levels for every field on their farm, along with an estimate of the amount of carbon stored in their soils, their hedgerows and trees. Some people don't recognise the amount of carbon sequestration that currently takes place on farms. We will demonstrate how that is actually being done. My department has successfully piloted this concept, which is why I'm confident that providing farmers with detailed information specific to their own land will help them farm more sustainably. And that information provided by the scheme will allow farmers to manage fertiliser and organic manure applications in a much more targeted way, thereby helping increase efficiency, reduce excess runoff to waterways of nitrates and phosphates, and improve the economic bottom line at the same time. The data provided through the soil scheme will also be a key platform in my proposals for a new farm support scheme, and intend to consult on these proposals very soon. The soil nutrient health scheme is a significant commitment in terms of scale and resources. It'll roll out in stages across Northern Ireland over the next 5 years. The scheme will be delivered by Agri-Food and Bioscience Institute, and they will be in touch directly with farmers to arrange soil sample collection when the scheme is available in their area. In the future agricultural policy framework portfolio for Northern Ireland, I stated that business as usual for many farmers is no longer an option. As we build out that future portfolio, I want to ensure that farmers are supported and equipped with the right tools to continue producing high quality, nutritious foods, whilst importantly also reducing their environmental impact. And the scheme is an excellent example of the type of forward-looking measures I'm happy to support and urge all farmers to avail of this unique scheme when it is made available to them in their area. The future is about delivering both food and environmental outcomes in a sustainable way. Our farmers are up for the challenge, and indeed many have already invested in green technology and embraced environmentally friendly farming practices, which we will hear some examples of today. The climate change bill, which I have brought forward and introduced to the Assembly in July, passed the second stage on the 27th of September and has moved to the committee stage, and it contains ambitious and challenging targets and will be a key driver behind both DAERA and executive policies. And within my own department, the ongoing work on the future agricultural policy, the green growth strategy, which we launched yesterday, food strategies, forests for our future, the environment strategy, and on the waste side, moving towards a more circular economy, will help in the collective efforts to reduce carbon emissions and achieve the targets in my bill. Targets in my bill have been informed by the expert advice of the UK Climate Change Committee, which is an independent statutory body whose purpose is to advise the UK and devolved government on emissions targets and to report to Parliament on progress being made in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing for and adapting to the impacts of climate change. I'm delighted that Lord Devon, Chairman of the UK Climate Change Committee, will be speaking to you during the afternoon session later today to outline the CCC's perspective on the challenges facing Northern Ireland agriculture and what changes will likely be required to achieve the CCC's recommended target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 82% by 2050. I believe that through my climate change bill, we can achieve the right balance between reducing emissions and delivering environmental sustainability, whilst also ensuring that we have a thriving agricultural sector. If we accept the science that there's a problem, then we need to accept the science in the solutions. It cannot be a wish list of what people think can be done. It needs to be scientifically based. Scientific and technological developments will assist in this regard and may even allow us to aim for higher levels of emissions reductions at a future point. But at this moment in time, anything above the 82% is purely aspirational and is not a real target. Science is the key to informing the way forward on challenging policy areas like climate change. And with our new science strategy, I've put in place a framework to guide and direct our science to provide the evidence we need to inform, monitor and evaluate our policies going forward. The primary reason, however, for my confidence in the ability of the agriculture sector here to address climate change is based on my experience of working in it and working with people from it for many years, and the passion and determination that I know exists to move towards a more sustainable future for all of us. We have seen how Northern Ireland, over the last 100 years, has lost a series of industries. Agri-Food hasn't been one of them. In fact, Agri-Food has grown and grown substantially in more recent years. And we have to identify means, and we do have means, whereby we can capture our methane, we can capture our phosphates, we can capture our nitrates, we can reduce the amount of non-organic fertilizer that is being used, we can develop our hedgerows in a better way, we can do more tree planting. There is a series of things that we can do to ensure that agriculture reduces its carbon emissions by incredible amounts, but we do not need to close an industry down to succeed. We're going to hear practical examples of ways farm businesses can and are reducing emissions. And John Gilliland is going to speak on the Accelerating Ruminant Carbon to Zero project, also known as the ARC Zero project. I'm also pleased that we have a number of participating farmers from the project here today. We'll hear this morning on the work that CAFRE is leading in relation to carbon calculators. And I'm also pleased to welcome Professor Alistair Stanton from the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, who will finish the conference presentation. With her presentation, examine the links between climate, food, and human health. Critically important that people recognise the real quality that exists in our food, the nutrient value, how it works well with our metabolism, and how that cannot be replaced, in my opinion, ever. Climate change is in the defining crisis of our time. We must all be prepared to play our part, work together, take action. As well as launching the Green Growth Strategy this week, my department is also kickstarting a period of consultation on that strategy. I'd encourage you to respond. I want to hear your views. They're important and will inform the final Green Growth Strategy, which will cover agri-food extensively. Along with online consultation, we'll also be doing a number of public consultations and one-to-one stakeholder engagements to make sure that we hear the views of people on what they agree with and indeed what they don't agree with. The Green Growth Strategy is a big step forward for Northern Ireland as we move from a high to low emission society. We have already engaged with a wide range of key stakeholders to get to this stage, but want to hear your views on the draft Green Growth Strategy as we try to balance climate action, a clean environment and green jobs. In closing, I would like to say thank you for taking the time to attend today. Over the years, our farming industry has faced many challenges and continually demonstrated its resilience, determination and adaptability. I'm confident that the agriculture sector will play its part in reducing emissions and adapting to the impacts of climate change. We can, we will, and we must. It is up to us as government, farmers, industry, retailers and consumers to work together to look after this environment, to be its custodians for future generations. And I look forward to working with you and to seeing further progress being made as we all work together on delivering our climate change goals. Thank you very much, and I'll now pass back to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Minister Poots, very much for not only cleaning and making sure that I'm COVID safe now, but for that excellent address, a truly inspiring address and very, very exciting and really notable. The soil health nutrient scheme is going to be fantastic going forward, and just delighted that you're able to announce that here this morning. So if anything's going to drive positive change in Northern Ireland, that's a huge initiative to actually get us well on the road for that positive change agenda. But next up, I'm delighted to now introduce Aleathea Brown, who is a senior technologist working in the Sustainable Land Management branch here in CAFRE. Aleathea's work mainly is aimed at translating the latest research findings through a range of knowledge and technology transfer projects to make a positive impact on Northern Ireland farms. She's worked for DAERA for about 15 years now across agriculture and the environment, and very much bringing science and technology into that agenda. But more recently, her work has focused on demonstrating the use of greenhouse gas calculators to measure a farm's carbon footprint, along with identifying mitigation strategies at farm level, ultimately to reduce emissions whilst maintaining production and profitability. So for all of you online, I hope you're still with us and enjoying the event so far. Please don't forget to submit your questions as we go through the morning. But with no further ado, Aleathea, can you please join me? Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. As Elizabeth was saying, my name is Aleathea Brown, and I work as a senior technologist here at CAFRE. And today I'm going to talk to you about carbon technologies and the practical action that we here at CAFRE have taken to reduce our emissions on farm. To begin, I'm just going to really explain what we do here at CAFRE. So we provide education and training to those studying and working in the agri-food industry. We have 3 sites across Northern Ireland. Our agriculture and horticulture sites are based here at Greenmount in Antrim. We have our food technology campus, which is based in Lochary, Cookstown, and we have our equine campus in Enniskillen. Currently, we have 1,900 students who study at the college and 10,000 farmers who participate in our training programs. So at CAFRE, we demonstrate knowledge and transfer and innovation. So as technologists, we take the latest research outcomes and we translate these as technology projects on farm. If our projects are successful, as in if they improve farm business, then we can demonstrate them on the farm to roll out for adoption by the industry. So our CAFRE Farm to State, our Farm to State is a learning platform for all our students and those working in the industry. So it's important how we manage them. Our farms are very representative of Northern Ireland's land types and farm systems. And we have 3 farms here that I'm going to talk you through today. So our Lowland Dairy Farm is 190 hectares of land, of which 50 hectares is crops. We have 180 dairy cows plus followers. Our Lowland Beef and Sheep Centre, our Lowland Beef and Sheep Farm, is 120 hectares of land, 90 suckler cows and 110 breeding ewes. Our Hill Farm Centre spans over 1,000 hectares of land. On the hill, we have 700 hectares of peatland. We have 100 suckler cows and 1,100 breeding ewes at the hill. So all of our farms are Leaf Mark accredited. You can see the Leaf Mark logo there on the screen, which stands for Linking Environment and Farming. So it's really a quality assurance scheme that ensures food has been grown sustainably and with care for the environment. And we've held this Leaf Mark standard and this accreditation for 14 years at CAFRE, which really demonstrates our commitment to sustainability. Over recent years, maybe the past 2-3 years, the Leaf Mark accreditation and standard has raised the bar and now recommends that farm business measure and manage their carbon footprint. And that is what I'm going to talk to you about now. So at CAFRE, we started our journey to measure our carbon footprint around 3 years ago. And we wanted to measure our farm carbon baselines. And to do this, we had to identify technologies that would allow us to do this. So we identified a carbon calculator to measure our greenhouse gas emissions on farm, our carbon footprint. And then we used a LiDAR survey to collect data to accurately calculate the carbon content in our trees and our hedges. And we have implemented new soil health plans across our farms with additional soil sampling analysis for soil organic matter and to measure our soil carbon stocks. So today I'm going to talk to you about carbon calculators and the LiDAR survey. John Gilliland, our next speaker, is going to focus on soil carbon and soil analysis. So whenever we first started investigating carbon calculators, there were so many out there that we had to set a list of criteria to allow us to pick the best calculator that our farmers could use here in Northern Ireland. So we wanted a calculator that was based on science, that was comprehensive and was practical to use on farm. We wanted a calculator that conformed to the IPCC Tier 2 calculations for livestock. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they set the emission factors associated with specific farming activity, and they have 3 tier levels. A Tier 1 calculator would be based on default values, and a Tier 2 calculator would be based on country-specific emission factor values. So we wanted a Tier 2 calculator. A Tier 2 calculator also asks for more information from the farm. So more data would be collected, and therefore that would provide a more accurate carbon footprint of the farm business. In addition to this, we wanted a calculator that measured whole farm emissions and not just one enterprise or one product. Many of the calculators that we investigated just would measure one product or one enterprise. So we were looking at something that was whole farm emissions to give a true picture of the carbon footprint of the business. And then finally, a validation process that was inbuilt to the calculator to allow for some sort of quality checking of the data on entry. So that was the list of criteria we set, and following a thorough investigation, an in-depth investigation of all the technologies, we selected AgriCalc. AgriCalc is a Scottish-based calculator. It is supported by the Scottish Rural College, and we have been using it to measure our farm carbon footprint at CAFRE from 2019. So now we have selected our calculator. The next step in the process was to collect the farm data to put into the calculator to measure our carbon footprint. So our farm data collection involved collecting information on land use, the type of land, if you're using it for pasture grazing, silage or crops. Information was required on your livestock, age class of the livestock, days age of slaughter, birthing weight, calving weights, average daily live weight gains. So much information there was required of the farm business. And then in terms of energy, so any energy that was used to heat or electric for farm buildings or fuel used for farm vehicles. And then data was collected on waste produced on farm, such as waste farm plastics and packaging. So once we've collected all our data, then we put it into the calculator. And these two charts you see on the screen are two outputs from the calculator. And they are the percentage of greenhouse gas emissions from the farm. And it shows you the 3 greenhouse gases relevant to farming: methane, nitrous oxide, and carbon dioxide. And then the bar chart at the bottom really tells you where the source of your emissions on farm. And you can see enteric fermentation is the majority of the emissions are coming from this example dairy farm. So once, in addition to these two charts, you would actually get a more detailed report coming out, and that would quantify all your emissions for all the different activities on farm. And your whole farm emissions, the metric used there is tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that's your whole farm emissions. And then you would also get a carbon intensity figure. So that's your kilogram of carbon dioxide per kilogram of dead weight meat, per litre of milk, or per kilogram of crop. So a lot of information was then output from the calculator. So now we know where we stand in terms of our emissions on farm. So the next part of the process was then, what are we sequestering on our farm? So in April 2020, we conducted a LiDAR survey across our 3 farms. And that was really to collect the data to measure our carbon stocks and sequestration in our trees and our hedges. So LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging, and is known as the most efficient and accurate way of collecting data on the elevation of land and its features. This technology comprises a high-powered laser and a GPS device mounted on an aircraft. So as the plane scans the landscape, it would emit laser pulses, which hits the object on the ground and returns the pulse to the scanner. So the data from this was collected and then passed over to our scientists in AFBI, who then analysed the data to accurately measure the carbon storage and carbon sequestration in our trees and hedges. So now we know what we're offsetting in terms of our trees and hedges on farm. So this table really shows what our farm carbon balance is, our net emissions across our 3 farms. We've measured our total emissions using our calculator. We've taken away our sequestration from our hedges and our trees. The calculation for soil sequestration is also included in this table. And then we get our net emissions, which is the bottom row of this table. So in our lowland dairy farm, our net emissions are 2,348 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. In our lowland beef and sheep farm, our net emissions are 1,285 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. And on our hill farm, much higher emissions at 4,189 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. The biggest surprise for us when we conducted this study was the fact that our hill farm was actually emitting a lot more greenhouse gases than we thought. We had 1,000 hectares of land that we thought were sequestering or was sequestering carbon. But in fact, the peatlands there, some of the peatland is in degraded condition and is in fact releasing greenhouse gas emissions. So we now have put in, my colleague Brian Irvine, a peatland restoration project is ongoing at the hill farm to restore that back into a condition where it is sequestering carbon. So now we have our net emissions, now we know where we stand across all 3 of our farms. The next stage is then, what are we going to do to reduce these emissions? So at CAFRE, we have worked over the past number of years to identify carbon mitigation technologies to allow us to demonstrate these on our farms to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And they typically cover these 4 areas. Technologies to improve our nutrient use efficiency, to improve our livestock management, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, land management, and energy use and efficiency. There were so many technologies that I decided to put together a video for you today. So the next slide, there's a 4-minute video that will show the range of technologies that we here at CAFRE are demonstrating to reduce our emissions. So as you can see, there are a range of technologies that we are implementing on CAFRE Farm. As technology, or as science and technology evolves, so will our mitigation strategies. But my last slide here, just finally, just what we are doing here at CAFRE going forward. So we have a new strategy across our CAFRE estate, and within that strategy, it identifies or sets ambitious targets for us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions across the whole of state. We have set targets to make sure our soil health is a good status across the estate and to enhance and protect our biodiversity. Also our water quality status to be good or higher, and reducing our ammonia emissions. And this is in addition to increasing our productivity across the farms. In terms of our educational programs, we have a new sustainable agricultural degree that was launched this year. And we had 60 students enroll for the first time, which is quite promising. And then our knowledge transfer and innovation programs. So as I was saying, we have 10,000 farmers participating in training on these programs. And I've just listed 4 of them there. They're quite new areas when it comes to agriculture and environment. So our Environmental Business Development Group's pilot project was launched in 2020. And within that program, there's a strong focus on carbon awareness and climate change, and low carbon farming practices. We have 9 new technology demonstration farms across Northern Ireland that focus on efficient, sustainable farming and habitat management and creation. In future, we do plan to resume our farm innovation visits to take our farmers away to demonstrate where they are demonstrating innovative technologies in other countries that we are not demonstrating here in Northern Ireland. And then finally, our European innovation partnerships, which brings groups of experts together to focus on and develop and implement new projects to achieve sustainable farming. And that leads nicely on to our next speaker, John Gilliland, who is leading on one of these projects, the ARC0 project. So just finally, I will be taking questions on the panel discussion this morning, but thank you for listening.
Aleathea, very much for that very stimulating presentation. And indeed, I think, just as listening to Aleathea and all the technologies that are being brought into the CAFRE farm, it just reminds me, and I know I'm biased, of the really rich ecosystem around the knowledge base that we have in Northern Ireland, with UU, Queen's, ourselves and AFBI linking through to CAFRE. It's such a rich ecosystem for such a small place, and it's really great to see the benefits from that being realised. And indeed, the meeting that I was at yesterday actually brought together UK academics with Southern Ireland academics and ourselves in Northern Ireland, and just re-emphasised as well for me the fantastic work that's going on across the UK and Ireland that we can also tap into. So we are in a rich place when it comes to knowledge generation, and I think events like today then really bring that through to drive the positive change on the living landscape as we talk about. So Aleathea very kindly illustrated that John Gilliland was going to be our next speaker. John himself is very highly respected and recognised as an excellent leader and communicator across the breadth of the agri-food and sustainable land management sectors. He is an award-winning farmer in his own right. He was UFU President, a non-executive director of SRUC, and even an energy regulator in Northern Ireland, and at the same time has been a policy advisor to many governments, both nationally and internationally. John is then heading up the ARC0 project, aside from his day job, of course, as Director of Global Agriculture and Sustainability at Devenish. And again, a few weeks ago, we were here at CAFRE, where the 7 EIP European Innovation Partnerships came together to present on their progress. And I was very fortunate to be in the audience that day. And it was a fantastic day, really, really enjoyable. And so stimulating to see the positive changes that are happening across those projects, which are looking at both land management, carbon, livestock management, even into the pig world, which was very pleasing for me. So John, you're heading up the ARC0 project, and we really, really look forward to now hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, and also our colleagues on Zoom. Thank you very much for the opportunity to actually share some of the journey that we have been on collectively as ArcZero, but also in Devenish as well, because one follows the other, and I'll explain that a little bit more. But it'll be remiss of me to stand here also wearing my hat as chair of the expert working group who wrote the Sustainable Land Management Strategy and not to acknowledge the announcement the Minister has just made. The announcement of the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme is an extraordinary example of leadership from Northern Ireland, from the Minister and from DAERA for actually taking the challenge that we laid down as a recommendation in the Sustainable Land Management Strategy to empower farmers with better information to make better quality decisions. What I'm going to share with you today is just some of the output from farms that actually have gone on this journey. And hopefully with this scheme, we will be able to empower farmers right across the whole of Northern Ireland. So let me start by, first of all, stating very clearly, well, today our conference is about our journey to net zero and the impending COP26. But it is really important to understand that we as farmers don't just have to deliver on the net zero agenda. We have to deliver resilience to our changing climate, but we also have to deliver, and we'll hear more about this afternoon from Professor Stanton, about nutritious food and what it does to help nutrition and cure malnutrition. We also have to deliver how we look at soil health and how we improve that. I'm going to talk more on carbon segregation in a moment. Also about what we do and our impact on water quality. And if that wasn't challenge enough, looking after our biodiversity and also our built heritage. In Devenish, we run a research farm in a UNESCO World Heritage Site called Douth, the UNESCO Heritage Sites called Brunabonia in County Meath in the Republic of Ireland. And we have an extra challenge, but actually opportunity, is how do we use the technologies of the future, the digitalization of the landscape, to better understand the historic progress of farming over the last 6,000 years. So really, it is really important to emphasize we don't have the luxury of looking at our journey through one single lens. With that, I am going to focus predominantly on carbon, a bit on water quality. So for us, when we started on this journey back in 2013, Devenish bought Douth, and the key principle we bedded in, if you can't measure, you cannot manage. And Aleathea mentioned it earlier on as well. And I'm sorry if I'm being repetitive, but actually it is a real message we have to take home. And we need to deliver on net zero, not gross zero. So that allows us to look at our greenhouse gas emissions. It allows us to look at our carbon segregation to give us a net position. So we have transparency on where we are and on the journey that we're going on. We started, like Aleathea, we did our baselines. In 2014, we became the first farm in the world to actually use the LiDAR technology in partnership with Teagasc in the Republic of Ireland, and supported by the Environment Protection Agency with their work in quantifying carbon segregation in hedgerows. This time we looked at the full landscape, and you can see there the quantity of carbon that we have on our farm in Douth. And quite interestingly, the role that hedges play. Hedges have a far greater carbon density than woodlands, and that stands to sense. You can walk through a woodland, you can't walk through a hedge because it's more dense. But the flip side of that is you need a lot of meters of hedges to make a hectare of woodlands. So you have to take that in the balance. For us, we believe if we go back and revisit this survey every 5 to 7 years, we will measure change. And one of the key things we have to do as an industry as we go forward is we have to prove additionality to the carbon that we have there. And the great thing now, we have just finished our repeats survey this year. We haven't done the digital analysis yet, but it will show us the difference in our trees and hedges. We then went off and measured our carbon baselines, and this is really important because, again, it gives us an understanding, where are we? And different to the soil analysis we normally do for pH or for phosphate or for potash, for carbon, you need to do it to 30 centimeters. And on Douth, we found certainly when we did this, we had far lower carbon stocks than we expected. And it became one of the research questions, why? So really what we wanted to do then is bring that back into some kind of table. So what we did is we divided it into grazing ground, woodlands, floodplains, hedgerows, our acreage. We then, because you have to understand, we have a lot of knowledge around greenhouse gas emissions. We have very little knowledge about carbon sequestration. So to help us on this journey until we do our repeat baselines and physically measure the difference, we went then to peer-reviewed publications out there, and we took carbon sequestration factors from that to actually work out what carbon we sequester. And in Douth, we're sequestering roughly 180 tonne of carbon, but as Aleathea said, actually our currency is carbon dioxide equivalent. And so you multiply the carbon by 3.66 to give you your carbon dioxide equivalent. So in Douth, on an annual basis, we're sequestering roughly 665 tonnes. So having done that, we really wanted to see, okay, that's one farm. Can you scale this up? Can you take this to other farms? And so when the opportunity arose a week after lockdown, DAERA, if you're going to announce the scheme, please do it before a lockdown. But anyway, Zoom got used a lot, and a collection of different farming groups came together. And the great thing about European innovation partnership programs is it's about farmer-led innovation. So 7 of us came together and we bid in to the project competition. And we were delighted to say we were successful. And on this slide, you can see the geographic spread. You can actually see my fellow colleagues here, and some of them are in the audience today. And really what we wanted was a geographic spread, a spread of enterprises, a spread of soil types, to actually go out and repeat what we've done in Douth, but go into further detail. So we're looking to work out the gross emissions, the gross sequestration. Can we work out the net carbon position? Can we look at soil fertility? Can we also look at, when you're going to do these LiDAR surveys, can we look at soil, nutrient, pesticide, runoff risk maps? To do this, we put together then a collection of partners. We're very indebted to those partners, AFBI, who've helped us in analysing the carbon in trees, and also doing our soil phosphate runoff risk maps. Agri-Search for their help in communication and actually selecting some of the farmers. Devenish for their experience in Douth and their work on the net carbon calculation. Queen's University, whose scientists have been at the core of helping us analyse our soil carbon data. And SRUC for helping us with AgriCalc. Now, to make my presentation simpler, I have gang-breast one of our 7 farmers, and I'm going to use Ian McClellan's dairy farm in Banbridge as a case study. That's not to diminish the other 5 farms, 6 farms that are there, but if I explained all the farms, we'd be here to this evening. So what we did then is we went out onto Ian's farm. We, in February time, went and did at 7.5 centimeters a soil survey, particularly looking at our pH, at our phosphate, but we also looked at soil organic matter as well. We divided the farm into 2 hectare blocks. We took 25 cores from those 2 hectare blocks, and then we plotted those up. From then, we went back to AFBI, on courtesy of Rachel Cassidy. We took the LiDAR data, we took the soil phosphate data, and we created what we call a runoff risk map. So in this map, you can see, first of all, what we call a LiDAR image of Ian's farm. The yellow lines are where surplus rain in heavy rainfall runs off, and the purple dots are where they discharge into his local river. We also created a second map, which is this one, that goes a little bit more detail because it shows the critical source areas where we know from the phosphate analysis we have higher levels of phosphate. So it's not just the runoff risk for us, but the opportunity for surplus phosphate to come out of the soil and leach, or not leach, but run off into the watercourse. So really trying to help. If you're going to do a landscape intervention, where exactly do you put it and what size it needs to be? So really merging the double benefit of LiDAR measuring carbon and LiDAR to help us with these runoff risk maps. And again, when this was done in the original pilots that DAERA ran in the Upper River Bann, the River Colbert, the River Struel, this was a world first, something that had not been repeated anywhere else. And my credit to DAERA and to AFBI for actually bringing these different GIS data sets together to give us really helpful information for individual farmers. We then put in through Agri-Calc, just like CAFRE did, and just to give you an understanding, what does an Agri-Calc report look like? So it breaks it down into the 3 key different greenhouse gases. So this is carbon dioxide. It looks at direct emissions, indirect emissions, and then it looks at the whole farm and then looks at the enterprise. Now in Ian's case, he only has a dairy enterprise. So his dairy figures here are the same as his whole farm figures. Now, if you had a beef enterprise or a cereal enterprise, you would then see dairy, beef, cereal, and the total would be a whole farm. And you can see then his total of carbon dioxide emissions. You then have a methane analysis, looking at both enteric fermentation from the cow, looking at manure management, and then nitrous oxide, to give then Ian's total at 1,124 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. We then have engaged SRUC have a new carbon sequestration module. There is a health warning which they give, and that health warning is it is currently only to tier 1, not to tier 2, but it is modified to take into consideration the impact of organic manures. And so what we can see from this is actually on Ian's farm, that actually his net emissions are actually considerably lower than his gross emissions, and he has a 27% reduction of his total greenhouse gas emissions when we look at this. I will come back and dig into this further detail, because the big knowledge gap in this journey is how do we get tier 2 sequestration factors, tier 3? How do we get precision around what carbon stocks are on the farm and what additional ones do we add in? To finish off his report, what you do is you get then a comparison, and you can see on the left-hand side the opportunity level and then the comparison, because they benchmark your farm against other farms in their database. And you can see how are you doing against your peers. And interesting in Ian, and most of them, the opportunity level is low. He happens to be a very good farmer, and he's getting very good grass utilization. He has a few areas on fertilizer. He does use quite a lot of fertilizer, quite a lot of purchase feed. And so those are areas that he's going to focus on now in the next 2 years of our ARC Zero project. So coming back then, how do we actually drive our journey to net emissions? How do we accelerate towards that? Now, Aleathea has done a really good job of explaining what we can do on the mitigation side. So I'm going to labor a little bit of what we can do on the segregation side. And I make no apology for starting at soils. When we did the sustainable land management strategy, we were actually blown away when we found out that only 18% of soils in Northern Ireland are optimal fertility. And the single biggest culprit was low pH and mineral soils. And certainly when we took on the farm in Douth, well, we found we were no different. When we bought it in 2014, that our average pH was 5.5 in 2014 for a mineral soil that should have been up at 6.5. And so over 6 years, we go in every 2 years, we measure our soils, put a little bit more lime, and now at 2020, we're there where we want to be. And that has allowed us certainly to really go to the next stage. And the next stage for us was looking at, could we look at changing our sward diversity? we had a monoculture of grass out there, and really we wanted to see what role, if you brought in more legumes, more herbs, what would happen. And so we have a 36-hectare trial, replicated 4 times, so 4 different sward diversities: perennial ryegrass, permanent pasture, 6 species, 12 species. Now, the bar chart I'm showing you and the data I'm showing you is just from 1 year's data. So it's a health warning. It's not 3 years data, so please understand that. But what we saw when we put the first year's grazing data, which finished this time last year, into AgriCalc, we saw a 26% reduction in greenhouse gas intensity per kilo of beef and lamb produced. And that really came from the fact is we reduced nitrogen application by 65%. The average daily live weight gain increased by 20%. But on top of that, we had a 300% increase in earthworms, and we had a 14 times faster infiltration of rainwater into our soils. So we saw a dramatic improvement, and that's without including any benefit to soil segregation. That was just from the high level figures that we got last year. This year, we've just come to the end of the grazing season, and it looks like we will be on par to replicate what we did last year. The third thing we're doing, and credit to the foresight in Northern Ireland, and particularly to the old DAERA and to AFBI for the work on silver pasture and agroforestry. This is an anathema to many, many farms, the idea of putting trees and animals together. But when you look at the science, the minister labored the issue around science. What you see over 30 years data from Loch Goal is actually you can treble carbon segregation by putting trees and animals together without a reduction on livestock output. If you look at biodiversity and spiders and birds and beetles, in all of those cases, you can see an improvement. The best of the lot was through the agroforestry or silver pasture. Perhaps most importantly for me as a farmer is actually the improvement in soil trafficability. In Ireland, we can grow a lot of grass. We can't necessarily turn it into meat and milk because it's either too wet in the spring or in the autumn, or sometimes our extreme weather events in the summer. And so actually being able to extend soil trafficability by 17 weeks allows us to utilize more grass and get better efficiencies and drive our profitability, while at the same time reducing things like ammonia. The best way to reduce ammonia emissions is actually to keep animals outside where urine and feces rarely meet. So going back to Arc Zero, with that experience that Douth had and Devenish had, how do we build on that in our Arc Zero project? And so what we've done is we've challenged our journey because on each one of the 7 farms, we have 10 years land use and land management data, and some of them we've got 50 years. If we do a really good baseline now, is there anything we can learn over the last 10 to 15 years of experience in how the carbon stocks are today? So we asked ourselves this question: which land use and which land management decisions leave the most carbon, and which leaves the least carbon? And so we had already started back in February time where we did the precision soil sample analysis, the 7.5 centimeters, where in that we did soil organic matter. So we challenged those 2 hectare blocks we created back in the spring with 6 questions. First of all, can we stratify our land into different soil organic matter levels? So 0 to 10%, 10 to 20%, 20 to 30%, 30% greater. Second of all, is it in grass? Is it arable? Is it woodland? Thirdly, has it had organic manures? If it has, is it slurry? Is it farmyard manure? Is it compost? And what quantities? Fourthly, is it grassland? Is it permanent or rotational? Is it cut? Is it grazed? Or is it both? If it's rotational, it's a perennial ryegrass or multi-species. And if it's woodland, is it deciduous, coniferous, willow, coppice, or agroforestry? This has never been done before, and we really wanted to see what would we see when we then went out and sampled against those stratifications or land categories. And we're indebted to RPS, who did all the sample, all done independently of us as farmers, because we wanted to make sure that we could convince regulators and policymakers that we have been on a robust journey and that our process is credible. So going back to Ian's farm. Ian's farm, it's a 60-hectare dairy farm. He milks 88 cows, really good grass utilization, and he's averaging 9,600 litres per cow. So from what, in this slide, you can see his different land categories. He's got 7 there. You know, the top 3 are under 10% soil organic matter. The next 3 are between 10 and 20%, and the last one is above 20%. You can see, apart from the deciduous woodland, it's all rotational grass. All of it has had slurry, some is cut and grazed, and some is only grazed. Alongside that, we also did a soil texture classification to make sure that the soil in each of those categories was similar. And in his case, it largely was. And you can see then how many carbon samples we took. Then you can see our carbon results to 10 centimeters and our carbon result to 30 centimeters. So really putting these soils under the microscope. And just to sort of tease this out, 2 key things that came out of it in Ian's case is certainly the fields that have grazing animals seem to have more carbon stocks than fields that are grazed and cut. And they seem to have more carbon stocks than fields that are only cut. And it is interesting, that is replicating itself in some of the other farms. So it'll be interesting, do we get enough data to actually prove that? The second thing you see in his average carbon per hectare, he has a range from 96 tonne to 193 tonne of carbon in his farm. And the reason I'm flagging that is I've already shown you in the previous slide that his soil texture classification, this soil is more or less the same. So one of the challenges the policy and research community has is how much carbon can a soil hold? Well, now we know from Ian's data that his soil can hold 193 tonne. And so at the bottom of this slide, I've put a rather provocative suggestion that if he wanted to change his management practices, and if the right policies were there and he was rewarded for it, he could hold 11,500 tonne, which is roughly 5,000 tonne more than he holds today. So certainly on Ian's farm, we believe there is an awful upside in what he can do on his farm. On top of that then, and Aleathea mentioned about using LiDAR. So on Ian's farm, this is Ian's farm, and you can see all the trees and hedges on his farm. You can see the vegetative height there, the color gradient there, and my gratitude to Alex Higgins and AFBI for pulling these all together. So we really now know where is his above ground biomass, as well as where is his below ground carbon. And Alex, this is the table Alex has given us. So we now know hedge length, the different hedge heights, single trees, deciduous woodlands, and we can see very clearly the amount of carbon that he has there. And if we repeat the LiDAR in 5 years' time, we will be able to measure that change and work out accurately how has his carbon in the above ground changed over those 5 years. So just to wrap up, certainly our experience to date, our summary from this, if we want to accelerate ruminant livestock production to carbon zero, it can be achieved, but we need to look at some of the key things. First of all, can we make this agenda relevant? What we've done in Arc Zero is we've personalized the journey. We've made it relevant to each individual farmer so they can see where they are on their journey. By doing that, we're bringing transparency. They can see what their baselines are in carbon stocks. They can also see their emissions, but it's not just about emissions. Because remember, as the minister already said, is this sector has the ability to do something that other sectors can't, and that is to lock up greenhouse gases and not just emit it. Key then is education. This is a new set of digital technologies we're introducing into the landscape. And we're going to see more and more of this now with the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, because basically this will be one of the pilots for that, and actually explaining this digital data and how do we as farmers interpret it. Because when you do interpret it, what we learnt from the 3 river catchments is that it actually empowers farmer with really good information on their own farm. And by doing that, they make better quality decisions. And key in all of this then is to repeat the baselines every 5 years, and we can bring total transparency to our journey. I personally want to thank both my employers, Devenish, for their support in my Arc Zero work, but also my support of my fellow Arc Zero farmers. We could not have done this without the willingness and enthusiasm of their participation. And the great thing about having such diversity in the 7 farmers, every time we go to a different farm, each one of us learns something new. And I think it's been an extraordinary journey, and we're very grateful for the funding that DAERA gave, and also the EIP Agri program of the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. That was excellent as usual, and really stimulating and encouraging to see the progress has been made. But I'd like you now to join us on the panel, please, and Aleathea and Alistair Carson and John Egerton, one of the Arc Zero farmers, if you'd like to join us now on the panel. So folks online, we have not forgot about you. I have a range of questions here which you've been submitting, which is really wonderful. Thank you. And I would encourage you to keep submitting them. This is the first time I've chaired a hybrid event where I've got people in the room and 250 people on Zoom. So I've had meetings like this, but never at this scale. So I'm going to try my best to service both audiences. But thank you very much to panel members now for joining us. So over to the left-hand side there we have Dr. Alistair Carson. Alistair is the Chief Scientist in DAERA. Morning. We have Aleathea, who we've heard from. We have John Egerton, who is a leading farmer from the west of the province, from Anna, and indeed is involved in a number of projects on non-leased Arc Zero itself. And then, of course, we've got John to the far right of your screens. Hopefully, I think we're orientated correctly. So to start with, I'm going to ask a question, first of all, from the Zoom audience, just to make sure that you don't feel left out whilst folk in the room are thinking of their first question. So the first one, I think, Alistair, we'll put to yourself, if that's okay. Sure. We've heard a lot today about hedgerows, sequestration through the Arc Zero project, etc. And carbon is complicated. So, Aleathea talked about the carbon calculators, but also there's the inventory. So could you give us some insight into how, maybe we're trying to make sure that sequestration from our hedgerows and our soils, etc., is being captured in the inventory, which is, of course, is the government's measure of how we're getting towards net zero?
Sure, thanks, Elizabeth. The national inventories really identify the major sources of emissions, and they help mitigation measures to be quantified and recognised within the inventories themselves. So it's really important that we have as much robust and updated information going into those inventories as they evolve over time as possible. In the department, we have a greenhouse gas emissions science work stream, which brings together officials from across the department and from AFBI itself. And on it sit some of the lead scientists within the Centre of Ecology and Hydrology, who lead on the land use change and forestry inventory and the agricultural emissions inventory. It's really important we're tight to the inventory and the development of those inventories over time. And we identify evidence gaps and areas where activity data could be updated. And we have developed a rational sort of long-term outlook of how we will commission work to keep the inventories updated, and how we will commission new science where it's required on emission factors themselves. Obviously, in terms of hedgerows, there is data going into the inventory at the minute, and the sequestration from hedgerows is recognised with the inventory based on existing information. But we recognise that there could be increased evidence around that particular space. And obviously within the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, which Minister announced this morning, there's a research component within that, as well as an education component and a soil testing component for all farms. And within that, detailed information in terms of carbon stocks within fields across Northern Ireland will be determined. And on a subsample of fields, carbon stocks underneath hedgerows will be compared with carbon stocks within grassland themselves. This is an example where more information will come and help the inventory to evolve. And because we're tight with the scientists in terms of a liaison leading on the inventories, we look for that data flow to flow into the inventories in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you very much, Alistair. Questions from the audience now? My goodness, you're not all too shy, are you? The Zoom is more active. Come on. Any questions before I go back? Yes, Patrick. Just we'll get a wee microphone over for you. Thank you.
Thank you. A question really for Aleathea on the some of the figures she produced for the net carbon position for the CAFRE farms. She gave a figure for sequestration, and I just wanted to be clear that that was actual sequestration rather than the storage that was identified by the LIDAR survey, because one needs to differentiate between what is actually stored, the sort of capital that you have on your farm, and what is sequestered, which is the annual income or increment that you add to that. And it's key that, I mean, obviously the figures for the emissions were done on an annual basis, but I wanted to be absolutely sure that the sequestration figures were genuine sequestration and not just storage.
Hello. Yes, to answer your question, they are carbon sequestration figures. We got both figures, so we have our tons of carbon stored in the hedges and in the trees, and in addition to that, our AFBI scientists, they conducted additional analysis to convert that into carbon dioxide equivalents so that it's comparable and we can measure our offsetting emissions. So yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. I'm going to go to John here, and also a question from Zoom. So John, one of the questions coming through here is around, you know, what has been the kind of farmers' feedback on all of this? And if you can even then think about extrapolating that to, you guys are leading farmers in this field and you're the pioneers in the agriculture industry. How do we then make sure that the masses adopt, you know, the best practice going forward? So first of all, what has been the feedback, you know, from the ArcZero, from your colleagues in the project, and also then your thoughts on maybe how we can bring the masses to this place?
Thank you very much, Ruth.
You're all right.
Yeah, well, best way to start is I have 3 sons. They're all in their 20s and all very keen to farm. They have really taken to this ArcZero project. They're around the land now, more looking after the hedgerows and the trees, and actually seeing there's a tree and sequestering carbon and a hedgerow that if we looked after that a little bit better, it would improve the whole sequestration. But it has been a wonderful experience to actually see where the carbon is stored and use that.
Is that better now?
That's much better.
Yeah. To actually see where the carbon is being stored in my soil, and when I look back and see what I've actually been doing this last 20, 30, 40 years, and to see what effect that has had on carbon storage. We as a whole family, it's a family business, and we've turned it into a profitable farm. And above all, it has to stay a profitable farm, and it has to sustain a living going forward for myself while I'm still involved in farming, and for my 3 sons and their families, if that comes along. That's the ultimate goal. But they're 3 young boys, possibly will have families in the future. We have to look after the environment for ourselves, for the people that are coming along in the future. And we as farmers, we have no interest in destroying the environment. we are producing some of the best food in the world. And we have the ability to sequester carbon and to have an excellent carbon footprint and to improve the whole of Northern Ireland in the journey to net zero. I'm not saying that I will reach net zero, but I'll give it a good go. And it's definitely something to be embraced. It's nothing to be afraid of.
Thank you, John. And indeed, a lot of the initiatives that you're adopting on the farm and through the Arc Zero and what Aleathea demonstrated actually are win-wins for profitability and even reducing ammonia emissions as well. So that they are, a lot of them, win-win-win-wins maybe across the piece. Back to the audience here. Another question, please. Yes, Heather. Good. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. Great emphasis was laid today on the use of the correction of pH in soils. This will improve the carbon sequestration. It'll improve the uptake of phosphates. It'll improve water quality. It'll do everything. It's the most single important thing that we can do as an industry. But science can be clear and science can confuse. In Northern Ireland, the recommendation for grassland is a pH of 6. If I go 20 miles south of where I live, I'm told it's 6.5. Which science is correct and which should be the target level for Northern Ireland farmers? Thank you.
So as chair, I'm going to throw the prerogative of that maybe to Alistair or John.
Sure. John, if you want to go first, I'll follow up.
Hold on a moment. I would much prefer the chief science advisor to go first.
I'm happy, John, to say a few comments on Lyme generally, and of course you can, I can follow up on it. So in terms of Lyme, obviously the key issues that John was talking about is about precision agriculture and having informed decisions to enable the precise input of resources to maximize productivity and enhance the environmental footprint. So obviously pH will be affected by soil type, by crop type, by climate. In terms of Lyme and the carbon story, it is quite complex. So obviously Lyme itself contains carbonates, and those carbonates do over time break down to bicarbonate and through to CO2 and water. So there is an emission associated with Lyme itself. But against that, it enhances productivity and it greatly improves, as you know, Alan, the response to fertilizers, thereby reducing the requirement for inorganic fertilizers and the emissions which are associated with those fertilizers thus are reduced itself. Also, with some soils, it may influence the soil microbiota, the microorganisms within the soil to enable enhanced soil carbon sequestration. There are still some uncertainties around that, and we have commissioned science in the space to understand more on the impact of liming and on reseeding and overall emissions themselves. Overall, liming is a good thing from both a productivity and from a carbon balance perspective, but it is quite complex. But hopefully I've outlined some of the main issues in terms of that balance itself.
Thank you, Alistair. And from a science perspective, you're right. I can appreciate the confusion, but and there is work to be done in that space. But John, if you want to comment, certainly do. But also consider maybe this a question on Zoom as well. How do we encourage more farmers to lime?
Well, I'm absolutely passionate about soil sampling. And the first thing I said when I came up on the stage today was actually to congratulate the Minister for his leadership in actually sanctioning the scheme and for the department for bringing out the scheme, because that will go to the core. What we are seeing certainly as nitrogen prices go through the roof, as nitrous oxide emissions we have to tackle, we actually do need to look at the role that legumes play. And there is no doubt legumes are better in soils of 6.5 than 6. Now, the health warning is you need to know what is your organic status of your soil. If your soil is a really organic, a high organic soil, well, then you actually need a lower pH. And we just need to make sure that we go to the optimal pHs for the right soils. The second thing I will say is one of the key indicators. So remember, soil carbon is not permanent, it's cyclic. And it is part of your soil biology. The speed to which soil biology churns in the soil is pH sensitive. Earthworms have an optimal pH in a mineral soil between 6.2 and 6.6. And so certainly we have seen a 300-fold increase in our farm population, which is extraordinary. We have also seen in our permanent pasture and drought, just by lime alone, we've lifted our grass utilisation figures from 4.1 tonne per hectare dry up to 8.6 over 6 years, just by getting our soil pH right.
Thank you, John. Mike?
Thank you very much. Can I just say thank you to Aleathea and John for two excellent presentations this morning. Fascinating. You could have heard a pin drop in here. So I think that's the level of engagement that you were getting in your presentation. So thank you very much and well done for that. What we've heard this morning is leadership from DAERA, the announcements by the Minister. And that's very welcome, that leadership. We've heard about leading edge research that's being done. And again, that's very welcome. And we're hearing from John about the commitment that farmers have now to take on board the research findings and implement those. So my question to the panel is that given that we've already got all of those sorts of ingredients there, is there some way that we can actually better structure that engagement of DAERA, of the research facilities that we have, of industry, to be able to better leverage all of what's going on, the data that's being produced, so that actually we can make more of what the good work that's being done. So what sort of structure could we put in place to enable that to happen?
Thank you very much, Mike. And I would even suggest, society needs to be in that mix as well, if we're really going to make the changes that we need to make. But Alistair, you've put your hand up, so excellent.
Thanks, Mike, for the question. Very good one. Maybe I'll start at the project level, at the European Innovation Partnerships that you've seen and heard from in practice this morning. Obviously, that approach and close linkages between farmers, between environmental organisations, between researchers and advisors is absolutely key. And you can see in practice in the 7 EIP operational groups, clear identification of the challenges, and that's been led by the stage 1 process in that by farmers, and then wrapping around that, then researchers, advisors coming in to address those issues and to work with farmers to develop those. So obviously that model, we have ran on a pilot basis, and we have just completed an external review of the scheme, which shows that there's much merit in that scheme and the interactions between the separate European innovation partnerships and also across to European level itself. So overall, the principle is trying to integrate science, education, technology transfer in the industry. That's really what it's about, and I think those principles are shown in the European Innovation Partnerships. And indeed, knowledge exchange is very much, and innovation is very much at the heart of the proposals for future agricultural policy. And obviously, there's a lot of learning here, which will be realised and recognised within a future policy. At a sort of more high level science perspective, obviously, wherever possible, really strengthening the linkages between AFBI, Queen's, UU and CAFRE, I think is absolutely essential. Actually, that was one of our objectives of the forum that we have at EIP. I'm really delighted of the proposals that are coming forward and being developed by AFBI and the universities in the space, and as you say, and bringing in wider society into that overall collaboration, absolutely essential, along with government. We have a real opportunity to drive forward in Northern Ireland for that integrated type of system. So I think the principles at both a high and down to the individual project level of integration are really important. And the final bit that I would say, and the recurring theme this morning has been on data, and integrating and having data available for industry, for scientists, for society. I think absolutely essential in moving forward and developing our overall mitigation measures, monitoring and measuring those sustainability metrics itself. And so those are some sort of, I think, in terms of the principles which have been applied and shown them to be successful at the EIP level. And I think there are those wider principles to be applied at a region-wide level. And finally, I think it's really important that we're tied in globally in this space. So we are, in terms of DAERA science, really trying to strengthen our linkages with UKRI, that the main research funding body in the UK and the research councils, with our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine in Dublin and Science Foundation Ireland and the US, because these are global challenges and we really need the best science coming together, both locally and internationally, to address these global challenges.
Thank you, Alistair. The sum of the parts and making sure it's greater than the whole, I think, is definitely, because none of us want to set up a whole new body. There's absolutely a market failure perhaps there in Northern Ireland where we don't join up better and work together better. So it's really good to hear those thoughts, Alistair. Thank you. But on the data, because you segued quite nicely into this, a question from the Zoom. I'm maybe going to go back to Aleathea. Aleathea, I've probably got two bits of questions here. There was you just felt as you were presenting, you reviewed a lot of calculators, and there are a lot of calculators out there, and it's a commercial business in its own right. Maybe you'd want to share with us some of the pros and cons and how difficult it was to establish the best calculator. And actually, is not slating it in any direction, but is there more work to do maybe on calculators? Just was wondering about your thoughts on that. And secondly, and I can remind you of this second part, it's about then data at an individual farm level. What kind of data for the 24,000 farms out there? How are we going to achieve that? Any thoughts on that? So maybe the calculators first, and maybe is there more work to do in calculators ultimately? And equally, what do you see as the challenge for the 24,000 farmers out there and gathering this data that's needed for the calculators?
Yes, so when I was investigating the calculators, I suppose whenever I started, there was around 64 carbon calculators that we found online. So we had to do an in-depth investigation and try and narrow those down to the ones that would best suit us here in Northern Ireland. They all had pros and cons, advantages, disadvantages, and you're right, none of them are, I suppose, cover every area of the farm, including sequestration, which is really important for farmers. So there's still a long way to go. The issues I found with the calculator when trying to identify the right one was transparency of the data. There was no, just the sources of where the emission factors were coming from, the science behind the calculator. So that was an issue. So we had to keep investigating to make sure that we were selecting the right one that was based on science. Also validation. So there was a lot of calculators you could go online and just enter in any data, and that didn't allow for any quality checking process of the data. Costs also came into the equation because some of the calculators were around £400 to use, and obviously you're saying it was a commercial business. So we were looking, something that could potentially be free for our farmers to use. They could go online, input the data and get a carbon footprint, and AgriCalc does that. So yes, other disadvantage at the moment, the calculators do not reflect the likes of carbon sequestration and the mitigation measures that you saw in my video. They're new, some of those are new, but they're not being reflected in the calculator. So there's a lot of work to do if we're introducing these new mitigation measures. How are they going to be on the calculator at the end, or your carbon footprint? How's that going to be rewarded there? So yeah, I do think we have selected the best one out there currently. It does measure whole farm emissions. Some of the other calculators only would focus on just one enterprise or one product. And again, that wouldn't reflect the whole farm business and not give an accurate carbon footprint. So yes, a lot of work to do on that, and going forward, hopefully working with AFBI and other scientists that we can develop the calculators.
Thank you, Aleathea. And then, the 24,000 farmers out there and data. Any thoughts on the challenge that might be?
Yes, I suppose it was a bit time consuming for some of the farmers to, if they didn't have all their records sitting there ready. it was at times consuming, it would be good to have a centralized data system where it would automatically input into a calculator. I mean, that would just be perfect. That all that data was just sitting there just to be automatically uploaded and save time, and even the quality checking process, it would cut that part out as well, which is also a bit of a time consuming part.
Okay, thank you, Aleathea, and John's nodding at me here. So, John,
No,
your
I mean,
comment?
I think the data issue is a huge issue. I mean, I know in ARC0, just the quantity of data we have generated just from the soils is just unprecedented. There isn't a one-stop shop there at the moment, and I do think there is a big piece of work to be done. And certainly we in Devenish have been looking at this for quite a long time around a digital platform to actually, have a collection of different ways where your data goes up, and to make life really easy, because there's a whole heap of different apps out there that are lifting different bits of the data. But for AgriCalc or whatever calculator, you actually need those to feed in, because you want to make this easy. And at the moment, it is quite onerous, and poor John had to wade through many things to get a lot of data to get, our ARC0 farms in there. So if there are ways of collecting that data smarter, where actually farmers only have to input it once and it goes to all the right places, I think we need to invest in that area, and that area around a digital platform. Certainly on the 7 farms we have an ARC0, we have created a world of data, and we have a master's student in Queens who've got sweat pouring over him as he first of all plugs it all in, because then, in our case, our soil samples all, we coded them and everything. So RPS helped that. And then we sent it to NRM to do the analysis, and then getting that, and how that information comes back. Does it come back digitally? Does it come back in an analog form? All those things we could do better.
John, have you any comments on data and how you coped with the data, and any lessons learned on the journey?
Yeah, onerous. John said it was onerous. Yeah, it certainly was onerous. I think it would be lovely if we had a system in Northern Ireland of our own. It's very hard to align ourselves to systems in Scotland or England. My farm is very complicated. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's very difficult for me to be fit to identify my red diesel, my fertilizer, or that which enterprise they're going to. I have loads of information, but it's deciphering that information into the different categories or where it's meant to be. My dwelling house runs along with the farm, uses the same water, uses the same electricity. There's loads of things there that you could go into. It definitely needs to be more streamlined and more of that information lifted without the farmer having to actually go through it. At the minute, there's a lot of farmers would not take it on. But it's worthwhile. As always, if you have to work hard for it, the goal is good. But it is onerous, and John was understating it by saying that.
Stick with it, isn't that it?
Can I just add something there, Elizabeth? Whenever we were calculating our carbon footprint at CAFRE, the first time you do it is very onerous. But when we were going back to recalculate in 2020, all our data was actually more or less sitting there, and our farm manager, we obviously went through discussions with him. So the first time it is quite onerous, but as the second and third year that you will be measuring, it shouldn't be as onerous as the first time.
And that's heartening to hear. Thank you. It's the floor's turn. Any questions? Yes.
As a arable farmer and chicken farmer, we would use our own chicken litter, and we find it very beneficial to the arable crop. And John Gilliland's or Alicia's options and experiments have done, do they reckon there's land out there could use a lot more chicken litter, even in grazings and arable, potatoes, anything?
John?
Well, one of the benefits of the scheme that the minister's just announced is we'll find where we have too much nutrient and where we haven't got enough. And we'll know exactly where, the role of organic manures. I mean, goodness knows where fertilizer price is going to be next spring. I will say there will be an awful lot of interest in recycling organic manures around land. The great thing now with this scheme is over the next couple of years, we'll know exactly where to put it and where not to put it. So certainly if you go through a calculator, one of the benefits is when you use organic manures, that actually helps to accelerate your carbon stores. When you use inorganic fertilizer, it does the opposite. So actually, you know, I think we all as an industry need to look at the manures that we do produce and how do we optimize them and use them to the maximum potential. And you know, because I think fertilizer prices are going to remain high for quite a period of time. I think politically it suits policymakers that fertilizer prices are high because it makes people hungry for alternatives.
Yes, Alistair, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to John's, yeah, I mean, obviously organic manures are going to increase the soil organic matter themselves, and that redistribution of nutrients is really important. Probably in moving forward and looking forward, the maximum and most efficient use of livestock manures from a productivity perspective, but also reducing environmental risk. You know, key to know the nutritive value of organic manures and to be able to have precision around that overall management. So these are some of the challenges that lie ahead to make sure that we're using all organic manures as effectively as possible. And a base of that is knowing the nutritive value that you're dealing with.
Okay. There's a few questions here on Zoom. We're just coming to the last few minutes of the panel discussion. So going to it's about the soil scheme. We can't ignore the questions on Zoom around the soil scheme, and really what the amount is. What can farmers expect now from the soil scheme? Even practically, when will it start? You know, what could it potentially feed into in the future from future ag policy, etc. So, you know, what is this all about? What can you comment anything to us today to give us?
Well, I guess importantly, this is, you know, a main message today is being around measuring and monitoring. And the soil nutrient health scheme is going to put a really important baseline for Northern Ireland in terms of soil carbon and on an individual field basis soil nutrient status. So there will be research to enable to enable the modelling of soil carbon sequestration, the change in soil carbon stocks on an annual basis to be determined itself. So really, really important in setting the base on which we can monitor and measure the effectiveness of policy in moving forward. Because obviously in a green growth strategy, we're talking about a multi-decade strategy here, where we're talking about long-term and actually having a really robust baseline on soil nutrients and soil carbon, really, really important. Also, research component, which will increase our understanding around the factors influencing the annual change in carbon stocks, which will be really important, and an education perspective as well. Again, that integrated approach between science, knowledge exchange, and farmers being shown in that. More information will come through in terms of the scheme itself through the DAERA website, but it's anticipated that work's going to commence this winter.
Thank you, Alistair. John, any comments? But it was your brainchild event. You know,
well, it was the expert working group, so I can't claim credit for it. I think it was a collective recommendation. My understanding, it's going to roll out. It's a 4-year program. It's my understanding, and it'll be region specific as it rotates round. What I am expecting is there will be a soil sampling part of that, and there will also be an aerial LiDAR survey as well. And then it will be bringing the data together, and then there will be a training component of that so that farmers will get their own information. The whole reason we recommended it is, first of all, if you don't know where you are, how do you know if you've improved or not? So it's this measuring and managing. But second of all, what we saw in the 3 river catchment pilots, the Upper River Bann, the River Colbert, the River Struel, is when this was done. So there've been 3 really good pilots. We got 80% farmer engagement. And after 18 months, we, a team of social scientists went in and they showed that we had an 80% change in behavior, which is extraordinary. And so our experience is when you empower people with really good quality information about their own farm, information they've never seen before, they actually sit up and listen and say, okay, now I know this. Now I'm going to, the decisions I'm going to make are probably going to be different, but hopefully they are a better decision for the future of that farm, not just on the environment, but actually on business. You know, if you know, what we saw in the upper river ban is pH levels are going up, phosphates levels going down. Lo and behold, the phosphate is beginning to drop in the water quality, and actually the farmers are more economically resilient. So there was a win-win-win in that. So we're hoping that now this can be shared with the whole of Northern Ireland and not just 3 river catchments and not just the 7 farmers in Arron.
Thanks, John. And I would just like to acknowledge my colleague, Mr. Peter Shun, who is our new divisional head for the environment and marine, and it'll be Peter Jan's remit to very much oversee AFBI's role in rolling out the scheme. We're delighted that DAERA have entrusted AFBI to roll out the scheme alongside CAFRE. So Peter Jan, I'll not say over to you, just for, but we're running out of time, but he's the man to talk to potentially. John, I'm going to give you the last word here. There's a question around, you know, we're now, farmers are thinking about next year and financially managing their business next year. And the question is around, you know, any advice from yourself around to farmers on how they could financially manage their business in a climate smart way next year going forward?
Yeah, well, I haven't all the information, but there's loads of information out there. This year we have tried a multi-species sward, which is something not very many people in Fermanagh or in the west of the province have tried. So far it looks successful. Some of the benefits are that it performs better in dry weather. Well, we don't very often get dry weather. We've got a dry summer this year. We'll probably not get another one for 15 or 20 years. But my hope is with the deep rooting multi-species, it will also let the water away into the soil and will help trafficability of the ground. Personally, we're trying to correct the pHs. We have a lot of pHs around that 6.1. We're actually trying to push them up now. Some of the advice has been for a pH of 6, but clover seems to perform better if you can get the pH up to 6.5. If fertilizer prices are going to be £600-700 a ton, farmers are going to have to think outside the box, and it's not going to be just a matter of keeping less stock. I don't intend to keep any less stock. We just have to be smarter in the things we do. More targeted, the soil sampling will be great. More targeted approach in the type of fertilizer and the quantity of fertilizer we use. Better use of our slurry, and to try and encourage more legumes into the soil. There's loads of things farmers can do there. It's not going to be all negative.
Thank you very much, John. And Alistair, you just want to say
I've just
something
said,
in
closing? This morning's session has really been centered around the European Innovation Partnerships and the outputs from that. And, you know, this coming 12 months is going to be an exciting time for those 7 projects. And the farmers have really invested very heavily in terms of communications within the team, through social media, through websites, through farm events. I would just encourage that, you know, the wider industry really stays close to what John and John are leading on in terms of this particular study. There's also an EIP on multi-species swords themselves, and a range of other issues which are really important. And of course, then the suite of knowledge exchange routes that Aleathea discussed in terms of CAFRE and what's going on, and finally the AFBI output. It's an exciting space to be in, and I think, you know, there's much more information is going to be flowing through from the projects that have been set up on the science side, on the knowledge exchange side, and just watch this space.
Thank you, Alistair. I think you've just provided my wrap-up comments. That was very kind of you. So, folks, thank you very much. We have come to time now, and thank you for your attention. Thank you to everybody on Zoom as well. You know, it's been really great to see your questions coming through. Aware we haven't answered them all, but we'll try to get back to any that we haven't. Look, this morning, Minister Poots gave us a really exciting launch of the Soil Health Nutrient Scheme. That is going to be a huge game changer for Northern Ireland. It's world leading in its own right. Every field in Northern Ireland will be soil sampled. It'll give farmers the ability to understand the nutrients in the soil, to set a baseline for those nutrients and even the carbon in the soil, to really set us out, the whole industry, on the journey towards that green growth agenda and a lower emissions environment. So I think that was a fantastic announcement from Minister Poots this morning. That then coupled with the work that's going on with calculating, gathering data, and yes, there's challenges still around those spaces, but science working with CAFRE, working with industry, we're all working hard to try and address those challenges and bring forward the best calculators, the best data in the most easiest interpreted way as well. And that coupled with then farmers actually making a change as demonstrated through the EIP projects should give us a lot of heart this morning that actually positive change as per the COP26 agenda is on its way. We're on the journey. We've got on that bus and we're now making that progression, I feel. And I think everybody should be proud of the efforts that's ongoing here in Northern Ireland. There is still a lot to do and an awful lot to do. And for example, the CL report, which I chaired last year, which were 12 academics across the UK as a whole, very much called out the need for improvements in data, improvements in calculations, new innovations to come forward, your 3 NOPs, new dietary additives, new technologies to capture carbon, etc. But it also called out adoption by the masses needed urgently. And I think today with the soil scheme, as I said, the EIP projects, they are really strong foundations to actually driving forward adoption by the masses. So thank you very much for your attention here this morning. We will, I assume, have some lunch now and be back here for 2 o'clock for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm John Egerton from Southeast Fermanagh. Welcome to my farm. My father bought the main farm here almost 70 years ago, and gradually we have built it up to what it is today with 180 acres or thereabouts, 73 hectares. I was the only boy. I had 5 sisters, and I was expected to take over the farm. I actually wanted to go to Queen's to be a mathematics teacher, and I was accepted into Queen's to do a degree in mathematics. My father said that you're the only boy and you'll have to come home to farm. So I went to Greenmount then for 3 years. And
apologies, everybody, I got my timings wrong. It's 13:40. We need to be back for. I'm not quite sure if people are still on Zoom, but if you are, 13:40 is the regrouping time.
I got married and had 3 sons. I thought that probably one of them would be interested in farming, and that would be grand. One of them could take over the farm. But it turned out that all 3 of them were interested in farming, and all 3 of them want to farm. So that's really brought us to where we are today. Behind me here is a batch of spring-born heifers. They were born last spring, March, April. They're all for breeding. One of the things that has brought us the most resilience to this farm is the use of AI and sex semen. We breed everything to maternal genetics. We're breeding heifers as replacements, and we can sell our surplus replacements to other farmers. So this batch of heifers behind us, there's a teaser bull with them, and we're going to artificially, some of them are artificially inseminated, and we intend to do the rest of them. Then we'll keep whatever we need for ourselves, and we'll sell the rest. As you can see, they're on a paddock grazing system. The whole farm is set up in a paddock grazing system. We aim to grow the grass in 3 weeks and graze it in 3 days. On the farm, there are 4 main enterprises. We have a suckler to beef enterprise, which consists of 90 suckler cows, 45 calving in the springtime, which is March, April, and 45 calving in the autumn time, August, September time. We have a sheep enterprise of approximately 200 ewes. They're lambing roughly from Patrick's Day on. Then we have a dairy calf rearing enterprise where we take dairy heifers from a dairy farmer at 11 months of age, and we put them in calf and we send them back to him ready to calve at about 24 months of age. Then more recently, we've added a blade farming enterprise, which is basically a calf house where we contract rear calves for ABP. We get them about 3 weeks of age and we rear them to 15 weeks. We don't own these calves. We get paid a rearing fee for them. So it has been a good addition to the farm. This is a batch of my suckler cows here. We calve suckler cows twice a year. We calve in March and April and August, September. This is some spring calving cows. We aim to calve everything at 2-year-old. It's all artificial insemination. Everything gets no more than two goes with artificial insemination. For this to work, the animals have to be quiet, have to be easy managed, easy got into the house. The AI has brought a new dimension to the farm. We can choose the genetics to suit each cow. The breed crosses, generally it's Seminole, Belgian blue here and there through it. Try and breed everything to maternal genetics so that
I know that the farm goes up to 380 meters because many's the time I've been foundered up there, and anybody you talk to will kindly tell you about the driving sleet and the wind and the rain. I wonder, do you think the farm's changed much over the years, Stephen?
Parts of it has. When you look back through historical maps, you see that the actual bit around the buildings, the green ground or the in-by ground, hasn't changed a lot. And also probably around the hill part hasn't. But the moorland, yes, back in the 1950s through to the 80s, there was quite a bit of drainage and some forestation. And that probably was seen as increasing production, from the environment. But now, obviously, you're involved with returning some of that back to what it would have been like at the start of the 20th century. Yeah, and I suppose part of that is land designation as well. So the area is a severely disadvantaged area, and it's also Antrim Hills SPA. So that's an area for a special protected area for hen harrier and merlin. So we're always keeping an eye out what we should do for foraging hen harriers in particular. But it is important to remember the farm is still the home to 100 suckler cows and 1,100 ewes. And there has to be a financial and a production from the environment. So I think the two can work together now, Brian. I think that, and they have really worked together, because since 2009, when they started the Glenwary Hills Regeneration Partnership, they've achieved great success. Ireland's highest population density now of Irish hare and red grouse. And the place has been managed very well for breeding waders and for hen harrier coming into forage. And all that's been achieved. I don't think there's been any impact on beef and sheep performance at all. No, in fact, this year, Brian, we've produced more lambs from the hill farm than we've probably ever done. There's 1,100 ewes up here, and we've produced just over 1,600 lambs. And again, I think that shows that the two are marrying quite well. In a way, we've turned time back with our suckler herd in particular, in that when the farm was first bought, there was a herd established of blue-grey cows, as we would call them, back in 1965, and that was a Galloway Shorthorn cross. And we went back in 2002 and looked at what we could do to replicate that. And we come up with the three-breed cross, predominantly based on science. And the three breeds are the Shorthorn, the Aberdeen Angus, and the Limousin. And we are now winning over 95 calves for the 100 cows up here at the hill farm. That's excellent. So we're now looking at flood alleviation, carbon sequestration, carbon storage, and water quality. And our peatlands are in the catchment for Gilliland Reservoir, which serves 60,000 people from Larne to Ballymena. And we're trying to maximize our water quality and our carbon storage through how we manage our peatland. So particularly with the 60-hectare forest to bog project, and we're starting now to re-wet open moorland. I think too, Brian, there's a lot of changes to policies, and yes, our practices have evolved, but the one big constant at the hill farm here has been the flow of people, whether it be students or farmers or upland land managers. Our doors has always been open, and there is a lot of demonstration opportunities here at the hill to show what we're doing. There's something here to interest everyone.
we're here on CAFRE's Hill Farm in Northern Ireland's centenary year, and we're just going to have a chat about the farm's history. Stephen, any idea when did CAFRE acquire this farm?
This farm was purchased back in 1963, Brian, by the then ministry, as it was known. A total of 1,000 hectares was purchased for the princely sum of £39,000.
And I know that the farm goes up to 380 metres because many's a time I've been foundered up there, and anybody you talk to will kindly tell you about the driving sleet and the wind and the rain. I wonder, do you think the farm's changed much over the years, Stephen?
Parts of it has. When you look back through historical maps, you see at the actual bit.
Thank you to inviting myself to take part. My name is David Wright. I'm the Northern editor of the Farmers Journal. So welcome back to everybody in the hall and also online. Our first presentation this afternoon is from Lord Devon, and he's joining us remotely. So what we'll do is we'll hear from Lord Devon, and then we'll follow that with a Q&A with him specifically before moving on to the next speaker. So please, if you have any questions for Lord Devon, please do put them in either to the chat function online, or I'll try and take as well from the audience here. So just to introduce Lord Devon, he's chair of the, obviously we know he's chair of the Committee on Climate Change Committee. He set up and now runs Sandcroft, a corporate responsibility consultancy, working with blue chip companies around the world on environmental, social and ethical issues. He's also chair of the CCC. He was the longest serving Secretary of State for the Environment in the UK, 1983 to 1987, and has 16 years of top level ministerial experience in government. I know Lord Devon's also a part-time farmer and a beef farmer, and so hopefully we'll get into that with them as well. And Lord Devon, thank you very much for joining with us this afternoon. We really appreciate your time out of your busy schedule, and I know you've done a number of these presentations over the last few days, and I've watched most of them. So I certainly I'm certainly well versed in what in the excellent presentation that you're going to give. So thank you for joining with us, and I'm going to hand over to you, and then whenever you're finished, I will move over to some questions. So Lord Devon.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and I'm very pleased to be with you. It is a very important time for us to be discussing this, not least because starting next week, the COP26, which is such a crucial moment for the world, will be starting in Glasgow. Of course, in the meantime, the Climate Change Committee has been working with those in Northern Ireland to try to discover how best to proceed within the context of the United Kingdom towards meeting our now legal commitment to reach net zero by 2050. Now, there's no doubt at all about the fact that agriculture and land use will have to play a very important part in all this. And I make no apologies for saying that I do think that farmers in particular should always explain to people the very simple matter of what we mean by net zero. The truth is that human beings and animals and plants all give off emissions. There is no life really without emissions. And what has happened in the past was that the various ways of capturing carbon naturally in trees and in the soil were sufficient to take out of the atmosphere the emissions that we as human beings and the rest of the created world put into it. There is a natural balance. Indeed, very often they took more carbon out than we put in. And of course, that's how the world actually operated in the first place. The reason that we can have the sort of life that we do have is that very, very early on, the trees and bushes which came into the world drew the carbon out of the atmosphere and cooled it down sufficiently for reptiles and for fish and for birds, and then finally for human beings to be able to live on this planet. So what then happened was that over the last 200 years, we reversed that process. We just took the coal out and the oil out, which were, after all, only trees laid down in the earth. We put all that out and then shoved it into the atmosphere again. So it's not surprising that if you bury it and that reduces the heat, when you put it back into the atmosphere, that increases the heat. That's exactly what's happened. And what we've got to do is to get that balance back. Now, you will immediately see, therefore, why it is that agriculture is the heart of this. First of all, because agriculture of its nature emits a very considerable amount of emissions. But secondly, because agriculture of its nature is exactly where we must look for the maximum amount of sequestration, of bringing in and taking out of the atmosphere the carbon that is so harmful. And so agriculture is there pivotally. And when the Climate Change Committee came to look at the north of Ireland, we recognized that because of the importance of agriculture to you, and particularly of animal husbandry and the exporting of meat to the rest of the United Kingdom in particular, because of that, you had a bigger problem than most of the rest of the United Kingdom, because what you can do is more limited if you are to retain that industry than other people in the rest of the UK. And so we have said that whereas most of the UK will reach net zero by 2050, and Scotland will do it by 2045, we've said that as far as the north of Ireland is concerned, the target should be a realistic one. You frankly can't reach net zero by 2050, but you can do about 84% of it. And the reason that we have proposed that figure is because we think that it is the highest possible figure you can do. And I'm not prepared, frankly, to put my name to a figure that I know you can't achieve. Because when I think of the farmers of the north of Ireland, I know very well that if I did that, you would say, you know perfectly well we can't do it, and that would actually disincentivize you from doing your best. But when I say it's 84%, you know you can do it, I know you can do it, and we're going to have to keep people's feet to the fire until they do it. And that's why we're insisting that that is the level which we can stand behind. Now, of course, if as we go on, all sorts of things are invented, all kinds of new ideas, things that we don't know about now, there's always a possibility that we may be able to do better. But at this moment, this is the best that I think we can do. And it will mean that farmers will have to take a very important series of steps. And I caught on the video some examples of what has to be done. But one only has to look at the series of things that can be done for it to be seen that many are just very good for agriculture. Gene editing means that we can get rid of a whole lot of diseases, which at the moment are a real cost to agriculture. And of course, mean that you have to have more cows, more pigs than you actually need for the product that you have because of their liability to illness. Mastitis is something which perhaps we'll be able to eradicate. That would make a huge difference to the milking cows and would enable us to have fewer of them. There is no doubt that a lot of porcine diseases are already being conquered by gene editing. We have all sorts of opportunities in breeding, both traditionally and with new mechanisms, to give us some real start to reducing our emissions. There are ways in which we can deal with so much of our waste to reduce the emissions. We can move much more steadily towards regenerative farming. We can be very much more close to looking after the soil in a way which proper respect leads us to believe. And I think that will be very important. And the government is going to have to help us to do that. Now, I am critical of the government of the United Kingdom because I do think that farmers have been left without any clear indications of what they should do and how they should do it. And I'm afraid I really don't take the argument that it's taken such a long time because we've got to discuss and all the rest of it. I'm sorry. The fact of the matter is this is the most urgent matter. The government has announced that it will move from production support to support on the basis of public goods. Now, in principle, that is and sounds very good. But as the AFBI Select Committee has said today, if you approach this in a haphazard manner, then you can do significant harm, simply because farmers have been used to production subsidies since the beginning of the war. Long before we joined the European Union, we had deficiency payments. And in principle, they were the same. Different way of paying them and such like, but they were the same. They were to produce more and to get paid when you produced. We're moving from that. But we're moving from it, I'm afraid, in a rather sloganized way, because we still don't know what payment for public goods is going to mean. And we still don't know how the government is going to deal with the fact that half the farms in the United Kingdom are only profitable because of the production support, which they got through the CAP and previously through deficiency payments. So we don't know how the government is going to deal with those things, and yet the changes are almost immediately upon us. And anyone who is a farmer, and that is what in a small way I am, knows perfectly well that the problem with harvest is that seed time follows pretty soon afterwards. And that if you want to harvest, you have to plant the seeds. And if you don't know what the terms of the harvest are, it's very difficult to decide what the terms of the sowing is. So you've really got to have much more security and much more clarity. And that is something I am fighting for as the chairman of the Climate Change Committee, because otherwise you're not going to be able to do what I insist you have to do if we're going to meet net zero. So let me finish with a few words specifically about agriculture. We're going to have to learn how to repair our soils. The truth is, we all know that the fertility of the soils, the trace elements in the soils, all have been damaged by the way in which we've dealt with them. We know we've got to improve that. Fertility seems in general terms to be 10% below what it was. And we do know that your 5 a day are worth less today than they would be 40 years ago because of the way in which they have been farmed and because of the fact that we've lost those trace elements in so many places. So we've got to improve our soil. And we improve it in a way which also means that it sequestrates, takes in more carbon. And that, of course, is extremely good because we know that carbon is good for the soil, and that's what we want it to do. We know, too, that we've got to move from demanding amounts to demanding quality in food. We do eat too much, as a matter of fact. And we also eat too much meat. But we don't want to eat less meat without eating better meat. And this is where I think Ulster farmers are in such a strong position. Pasture-fed beef in the United Kingdom has the lowest carbon footprint of any meat in the world. And therefore, we should naturally buy British. Secondly, we in the United Kingdom should become solely the producers of pasture-fed beef, better beef in every way. And if people eat less beef, they can at least use the money that they save by eating less, by eating better. And that is the line that we should go for. But we can only do that sensibly if the government goes back on what it has been doing on overseas trade agreements. Climate Change Committee is absolutely clear. What we need to do on our farmland means that farmers will have to make very considerable changes and do so right from now on. You cannot then ask them to accept that they will have competition which does not meet the same standards. Now, New Zealand isn't far off us on welfare. Australia certainly isn't anywhere near. If we're going to ask welfare standards, safety standards, and climate change standards of our farmers, then they have to be the same standards as are applied to any imports. And frankly, the government should not have agreed what it has agreed with both Australia and New Zealand, and particularly now that we know, it should not have excluded from the Australian agreement the original detailed references to the Paris Agreement. And I want to end there because I want to remind all of us that we are internationally committed now to reach net zero. We have signed up to a binding agreement in Paris. And it is on the improvement of that agreement, the ratcheting up of the promises, that we are basing COP26 starting on Monday. And if I may say so, we have also made all this legally binding. We are the one country in the world that has a climate change committee dictated by the Climate Change Act. And we have a parliament which has made the recommendations of the Climate Change Committee legally binding. Now that means that if the government doesn't meet those requirements, then it will be subject to the courts. It's a very good system. But we cannot ask of our farmers to do what they necessarily have to do unless we have a much clearer system at home and a very clear determination in our trade agreements abroad. That goes without saying, except that I have to say it because clearly it has not yet been understood. If those two things happen, then I have no doubt at all that the farmers of the north of Ireland will be able to meet what they need to meet to make their contribution towards dealing with climate change. And if they do that, and we all do it, then it won't be just a matter of beating climate change. We will have built a greener, cleaner, kinder world. And that must be what we hold before us as we work out how best to achieve what is now an urgent necessity.
Okay, thank you, Lord Devon, for that. And certainly I think everybody here, a lot of people here will agree with a lot of what you've just said, particularly around trade deals, etc. I think we're all a bit aghast at what's been going on there over the last few months. Perhaps could I take you back to maybe some first principles rather than maybe some of the bigger macro issues. I just want everybody to understand what the 82 or the 80, it's now 84%, what it really is, why we can't get to net zero in Northern Ireland. Can you explain that to everybody so that we all totally understand where the Climate Change Committee is coming from and why they have recommended what they have recommended for Northern Ireland? Can you just take us back to those principles, please?
Well, first of all, there are some activities which you can actually get down to zero. Obviously so. I mean, you could create, let's take something difficult. we can find ways in which even an energy, big energy user like cement, we can find technological ways in which they could end up, even they, in which they are actually not creating any emissions. But you can't do that with agriculture, because however much we change the feeding regime, whatever we do about breeding, we're still going to have cows with 3 stomachs. And the way that works means that they belch out, and that is something we have to deal with. We can reduce the belching, but we cannot stop it if we're going to have cows. So unless you're going to say that the world shall farm without any animals, you know that farming can't get down to 0. And therefore, when you look at a society which depends so heavily on agriculture, you know that it will be very hard to get down even to the levels that we know we could get down to and have to get down to. And that still won't bring us anywhere near 0. Now, where agriculture is a relatively small part of the economy, then the other parts of the economy are able to make up for that. Agriculture can do a good deal of sequestration, and one way or another you can get to net 0, as the Scots and the English and the Welsh will be able to do. But the problem for the north of Ireland is simply arises because you have so much larger a proportion which is agricultural. And we have looked very carefully at it, and we don't believe that you can do more than 84% of that net 0 by 2050. Happily, we can make up the rest in different ways in the rest of the United Kingdom. And so overall, we will be net 0, but others will have done more than you simply because they have the means to do it. So Wales, for example, was able to close a major facility which ran on coal, replacing it with entirely renewables. That is exactly the sort of thing that some parts can do, but you can't do to the extent sufficient to make up for your agricultural input.
Yes, so essentially what you're telling us is that, and I think there's a narrative goes around here to an extent in Northern Ireland, that because we're, as an industry, we're embracing your target and we're saying this is what we can do, 82, 84%. There's a narrative going around saying that Northern Ireland's going to be some sort of a backwater of pollution. But essentially what you're saying is the reason we can't get there is because of methane. It's the gas that animals burp in the rumination process. It's not that we're wanting to leave behind a polluted society in Northern Ireland, or be it's that methane that's the issue, Lord Devon. That's where we are at. And so could you not separate out methane from other greenhouse gases, and maybe that would maybe make the thing a wee bit easier for us here to, when we're trying to negotiate or to discuss the narrative around greenhouse gases? Should methane not be treated differently?
No, because first of all, it isn't treated differently in the world measurements, and that's what we have to agree to. The world measures it in the same as a basket of greenhouse gases, so that's the first reason. The second reason is that it's very difficult to treat it in a way which makes very much difference, because although it is true that it disappears more quickly than other greenhouse gases, it's also true that it is more devastating than other greenhouse gases. And when you talk about it disappearing more quickly, you have to remember that that itself is somewhat misleading, because if you're putting out into the atmosphere the same amount of methane all the time, there is in fact the same amount of methane doing its damage in the atmosphere, even though some of it is newer than others and some has gone away. So we're talking about a situation in which there is a relatively permanent amount of methane going into the atmosphere. We can reduce that by some of the means that I've already spoken of, but in the end, it is a greenhouse gas which is measured in that way. And I think that what we're saying is very simple. What we're saying very simply is this: those who want to have net zero in the north of Ireland by 2050, or I understand some asking for 2045, are asking for something which I know from the work that we have done, which is the most detailed work ever done, I know you can't do. Now, you might be able to if something turns up during the coming years. But to say now you can do it when it is clear you can't, seems to me that it means that every member of the Ulster Farmers Union will be able to say, there's no point in my trying because we can't achieve what we've said we're going to achieve. I'm going to want to keep your members and your executive feet to the fire to deliver what you can do. And therefore, I've got to give you a figure which I know you can, even though it's going to be very tough.
Yes, sorry, just before we move on, can I just say that, sorry, I maybe said put your questions in the chat function. Do not do that, put them in the Q&A function, please, if you're online. And I promise you I will come to some questions. I just have one other point I want to put to Lord Devon before I open up the floor and open up the questions. It relates to the message that the Climate Change Committee have put out around reductions in meat and dairy consumption. And I think I'm not totally sure of the figure. I think if you look at your sixth carbon budget, I think it's 35% reduction in meat and dairy by 2050. Maybe it's 35 and 20, I'm not totally sure. But certainly it is recommend reductions in meat and dairy. Would it not be more palatable? Would your message not get through to farmers better, Lord Devon, if you changed that message slightly to one that was along the lines of telling consumers to eat local rather than eat less? Because eating less, you've created a narrative, you're creating a situation where we have a lot of mainstream media are focusing in on red meat as being the real issue around carbon emissions, when actually it's fossil fuels. So I put it to you, you're adding to that negativity around the industry. If your message was slightly changed to one of eat local, buy local, eat in season, you would have farmers on side better going forward.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be true, you see. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I'm after all a meat farmer, very small, but I produce red poll cattle and I sell it to an organic butcher because it's organic meat. Now, the truth is that we have to eat less in any case. What the Climate Change Committee is recommending is significantly less than the health committees are recommending for our health. And I think farmers are just whistling in the wind if they don't accept that all the evidence is that we eat too much meat. I am not in the business of recommending on the basis of health. I am in the business of recommending on the basis of what is necessary to combat climate change. And that's why my figures are less tough than those of the public health authorities have recommended the government. And therefore, I think it would be very much more sensible if the farming community took on board what I have said and what I say all the time. I say we must eat less of anything anyway, because we are all eating too much. Secondly, we must eat less meat, something between 20 and 30% reduction along that time. And we should be doing that by eating better meat and less of it. Now, if farming doesn't do this, I'm going to be very blunt about this, you'll be in no position to fight the plant-based foods and the laboratory-produced meat, because you're going to have very considerable competition. And you need to use this moment for bringing home to people that they should eat less, better, and local. And there is no doubt. Now, somebody says here it's difficult to accept the statement that we're eating too much meat. Well, you will not find a doctor who is a dietitian who will not tell you that. And so it is no good us fighting the facts. I really do beg of you to take the facts. The North of Ireland has far too long argued about things when the facts don't maintain them. So let's get out of that, accept the facts, and realize it's a real opportunity. Now, the other thing to say, just simply this, is that people are eating less meat, that is the tendency and the trend. And if that is the case, and frankly, a lot of the plant-based foods that we now have are edible, whereas they weren't edible before. So there are a bigger competition. If you grasp this and we can change people's attitudes so they eat less but better and local, then in fact, you'll do your best.
Okay, and you have to accept what you're saying. I suppose I'll put it back at you though. If you're bringing in plant-based foods from all around the world, that doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me as a farmer in Northern Ireland. But that's fair enough. I suppose a question here I have online, just from what you're saying there, Lord Devon, around less meat and less dairy. You know, are you essentially saying then reduction in numbers, less livestock? Because the two obviously are linked together. Like let's not beat about the bush. The two are linked together. And I suppose the other point I would make around that is you have your advice does talk about land use change, and I think there's a figure in we knocked about somewhere of 46% land would have to come out of agriculture into other, whether it's re-wetted or carbon or trees or forestry, whatever. So those things are all linked together. But your 46% change in land use, is that another way of saying you need to keep less livestock in Northern Ireland? That's a question I have here. It's not my question.
Well, first of all, yes, we are suggesting that we have fewer animals, but we're suggesting that one of the ways you do that is by having better breeding using gene editing, getting rid of the surplus animals which you have because of sickness and illness, and concentrating on creating circumstances where the animals you do have are in fact entirely productive. Secondly, by feeding them in different ways, which we are increasingly knowledgeable about, Harper Adams University and a whole lot of other places working very hard on that, we will be able also to produce meat with less emissions. So all that has to happen together. But at the same time, it is perfectly true that we are going to have to use a lot more land for trees, and we're going to have to sequestrate carbon in our soils, and therefore we're going to have increasingly to farm in a more regenerative way. And that is the direction in which we will go. And we will go even if it had nothing to do with climate change, because this is the way in which more and more people are recognizing we have to go, because we can't go on farming in the destructive way, which unfortunately much farming is. Now, in the north of Ireland, it's much less of that kind. So I can genuinely say, coming from the east of England, where we have done some of the biggest damage, that we have got to take a bigger pill than many other parts, and certainly a bigger pill than the north of Ireland.
Okay, anybody in the audience want to ask a question just before we move on? Anybody a burning question at this point? Wilbert?
Can I just make one point? So they come up all the time on the panel. Of course, it's true that we can't do this unless we make sure that we don't replace the dairy and the meat that we produce in this country by importing it. That would be balmy. And that is really why the Climate Change Committee has been so tough about the government's trade deals. Because if you do have trade deals which enable people to sell goods in our country without the same standards, what you then do is to export your carbon footprint. And that's a fat lot of use. And that's not what we should be doing. We've done that to China over a whole lot of manufacturing industry. We've now got to make sure we don't do it to Brazil and to do it to Australia and New Zealand, and certainly not to the United States. We've actually got to accept that part of the whole point of climate change restrictions at home is that you don't export that to other countries. And so everyone who's complaining are absolutely right. And that's why the government should not do this, and why Northern Irish members of Parliament should be pressing the government very strongly and heavily on this front. And I'm pleased to see that in the House of Lords, one of the Labour peers from the North of Ireland has been spearheading that, and she's absolutely right.
Yes, and just before I come to Wilbert, just a question here, just to relate to that, Lord Devon, and I suppose it puts it back to you. What are you doing about that issue? Because you're an advisor to the government. You know, can you do anything about that issue? And I know you've said some strong things in the last week or two, and we applaud you for that. But is there anything you can practically do on that issue of trade and what's written in trade deals?
Well, I shall be doing everything that I can in the sense of voting in the House of Lords, in the sense of getting people to understand how serious this is. I shall be asking a question yet again tomorrow. I was speaking about it yesterday. I shall be doing it at COP26. I shall be doing it whenever I have an opportunity to do it. And I will go on until we win. The government gave us an absolute unconditional promise after they wanted us to leave the European Union, which, as you know, I don't think is sensible, but that is what we've done. That they gave us an absolute promise that there would not be trade deals which undermined the high standards that we had. And I'm afraid that the first two trade deals that they've signed do precisely that.
Yes. Okay. Wilbert, sorry, I'll get you back there.
Lord Devon, you rightly criticised the Westminster government for their trade deals with Australia and New Zealand in an article in the Express last week. But alongside that, you also said, and you've repeated it again today, that the consumer should be eating less meat. I can't understand why you're saying that, because you're also encouraging the government for the hospitals, the schools, the prison service and the army to serve up less meat in their meals to their customers. I'm a beef producer and I think I do the job reasonably well. And I don't know whether you know Northern Ireland all that well or not, but there's vast areas in Northern Ireland where we can grow nothing, only livestock, sheep and beef and cows or whatever. We can't grow crops, we can't grow berries, some of this other hairy-fairy stuff that's imported. So I don't think it's in your remit or the Westminster government to tell a consumer that they should eat less meat. It's up to the individual themselves that they should eat less meat. It's their choice, not for you to, you're not a dictatorship, so it's not up to you to tell them how you should eat.
No, I'm not a dictatorship, but on the other hand, it is up to me to make sure that the world is not destroyed. And climate change will destroy the world. And if you haven't listened to what David Attenborough, for example, said the day before yesterday, or what every one of the world scientists tell you, then you realize that my job under the law, I have a remit. The remit is clear. It is the remit of the Climate Change Committee and the remit of the Climate Change Act, which was supported and voted for by Northern Irish members of Parliament. So that is what we've got, and that is what we're dealing with. And it's no good saying it's not my remit. The fact is that only by eating less meat, but better meat, can we reduce our emissions to net zero. Now, you say quite forcibly that you're producing beef and that you're doing it well, and that the north of Ireland is a place where other things can't be grown. You ought to be cheering me on, because I'm telling you, and I'm telling the world, that we want to eat local food, particularly local beef, because you've got the lowest carbon footprint in the world, that we ought to eat less of it, but better meat, so that that would lead us, I imagine, to buy your meat rather than some of the meat produced in industrialized form. And I'm saying that we should protect you from being undermined by meat being imported from other countries which do not meet our standards. But I turn it round to you and say this: if you're not prepared to do your part, then what you're doing is condemning the next generation, and probably you look young enough, I'm much older than you, you look young enough, condemning yourself to the kind of climate change which will make it very difficult for you to grow anything and sell anything. So let's get it frank. We have a short period of time in which human beings have this God-given chance, and I use that because I very strongly believe this is a God-given chance. We are intelligent beings. We know what we have done to the world, and we know how to save ourselves. If we ignore it and say my own personal interests set me against it, then we are not being human, and we're not accepting the stewardship demands that the gospel gives us. So in the north of Ireland, where you often talk about the gospels are saying you are a steward. And that stewardship means that you have to look after the land and deal with the animals in a way which ensures that we as a nation lead the world to stop the climate change which will otherwise engulf us. That's our job, that's our duty, that's our moral responsibility.
Yes, and you know that's fine, and that's a fair point back. But I have a lot of stuff coming through here saying, look, you know, this is total hypocrisy on the behalf of the UK government. Run away to Australia, New Zealand. We see Brazil going to add 24 million cattle in the next 10 years. And we're being told eat less beef, or you know, it is a difficult issue. It is a difficult argument to make.
I'm not responsible for the United Kingdom government. It's not a government which either I'm responsible for or who I'm supported on any of these points. You've got to help me stop it behaving in a way which is unacceptable. Let's not think the Climate Change Committee's independence is in any way leads it to support the United Kingdom government. That's why I have been as very direct as I have been. Not that the government is terribly fond of that, but that's what it gets.
Right, I have a number of hands up here. I'll go to Conal next.
Lord Dabin, I'm sure everybody in the room would agree with your comments on the Australia-New Zealand trade deal. I mean, the complete incoherence between trade policy and environmental policy is there to be seen. And, you know, it's interesting, you know, we'd support you in your efforts to persuade the UK government to walk back on those deals. The likelihood of that, I suppose, we would question at this stage, although we would be very supportive of you in your efforts. If these deals are now done and set in stone, surely it's time then to change the narrative to something more nuanced and meat. As David has said, the goalposts have shifted, the deals are done. Surely the narrative should now change to something much more nuanced, as he says, around eating local, and not this high-level binary choice between eating meat and not eating meat, which is what we see so often in the press. And I'm not saying that that is what you're suggesting, but that is certainly what comes through very strongly in the press.
I have to go on trying to get the press to report what I say, and what I say is very nuanced. It's very simple. It is that we have to eat less meat. That is certainly true, but that we have to eat better meat, and that we ought to eat local meat. All that I say, and say it again and again, and not just to you. But the second thing is that there is a better way of solving this problem. First of all, every one of our major supermarkets have already said that they are only selling British product. We have now got to deal with in my view, with the food service industry. Because the real point is that if the whole of Britain just doesn't buy meat that doesn't meet these standards, then these trade deals will become meaningless. So what I think we ought to be doing is by turning to people like Brakes and the other large Bid Food and others who are supplying the food industry and the major manufacturers of ready-made food, we've got to get the same assertions from them, that in future they will only buy British meat, and that is what they will do. You then make the market work, and that is what we have to do. And if we do that, then the trade deals will become actually unimportant, because we will have changed our market. Now, you may say it's difficult to do that, but that's what they said about the supermarkets. But you can't buy anything but British meat in as far as Marks and Spencer's are concerned, as far as Sainsbury's are concerned, as far as Tesco's are concerned, as far as Lidl are concerned. They all have now committed themselves to this. We've got to spread that even further. And you in the north of Ireland have got a number of manufacturers who've got to come to terms with that too. And they've got to be able to say the only meat we use is British meat. Once you've done that, then the trade deal becomes a very interesting one-sided one, because it means that that meat doesn't come here. At the moment, they're not meeting. Actually, one of the biggest arguments that the government's got is that the New Zealand aren't even meeting the amount of meat they're allowed to export here at this moment. I don't think that's relevant, but the fact of the matter is, if we don't buy it, then we aren't going to find British farmers competed with in this unfair way.
Right, I've only 5 minutes left, Lord Devon, with you. So I've one question here from the audience, and then I've two quick ones online. So we'll wrap up with that. So John Gilliland's here. John.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Lord Devon. You clearly articulated that our sector is one of the few sectors in the economy that actually can do good by sequestering. It does come as a surprise to me then that we're the only sector that currently that sequestering carbon is not financially rewarded. Can you give us your ideas of what you see? How would we reward farmers for sequestering more?
Well, I first of all declare an interest, which I always do, which is that my son is very much involved in sequestration. So I just say that to you because I don't like anybody ever to think that doesn't mean I know a bit about it, which is perhaps helpful. Look, I think that sequestration is going to have to be rewarded, because sequestration is, after all, the only real offset there is. If you sequestrate carbon, you can actually say there's carbon there in the soil or on trees or whatever else it is, which wouldn't have been there if we hadn't done it. And therefore, it's a real net benefit. So I believe that that is the case. As far as I understand it, the government finds it extremely difficult to decide how to do this, how to measure it, and whether it should be partly done by government, wholly done by government, or done by the private sector, or partly done by the private sector. All I notice is that the private sector appears to be getting ready to do something on this front, and it seems to be able to measure it, which is why I've had not altogether happy conversations with Zach Goldsmith, the Minister in the House of Lords, on the question of the soil arrangements, because he says it'll take them some time to get the measurements right. Well, I really do think that we've got to get on with it, and you are quite right that in one way or another, and it's not for the Climate Change Committee to say in what way, but in one way or another, we have to get that sequestration underway. And the one thing that is true is that you won't get people to sequester unless there is a coverage of the cost and some sort of profit in it. And whether that's done by government or private or mixture of the two is something the government has really got to make up its mind very quickly indeed.
Okay, and just a final question for you, Lord Devon. It's around, you know, look, I say a lot of us here have no issue with yourself and whatnot, but obviously we're Irish, we're Northern Irish, we're British, wherever we are here, we're a mixture of all three. And sometimes we prefer to have people giving us advice from within. Is there a role for a climate change committee in Northern Ireland? Is there a role for a Northern Ireland version of it, or not a version of it, or a Northern Ireland some sort of offshoot that would feed into you know, that would, because I am concerned about the message, Lord Devon, the message to your industry here. I am concerned about the message that because we here know we have to deliver this message, and I think it's not going to be easy to deliver to our people on our ground, you know. So would that work, a Northern Ireland type CCC?
Well, the science would still be the same. And the people would still tell you exactly the same, because that's why we're saying it. We're not saying it in any mysterious way. Indeed, the problem in the north of Ireland has not been what you've just said. The problem in the north of Ireland, the people in the north of Ireland who've been saying we're wrong because we're not asking enough of you. I mean, that you know very well is what the argument of the number 1 and number 2 bills. So there, we know that's where the pressure is coming. Now, I think that our job of advising all the nationalities is a sensible one, because you don't want to do all the science again, and we do spend a lot of time and money doing the best science in the world, which is accepted. And I would suggest to you, if the Scottish government, led by a Scottish nationalist government, is not only prepared to have us, but is now giving us an office in Edinburgh, so that we can, or wherever they're going to decide to do it, but I think it's Edinburgh, we are going to do that. We're very happy to extend the amount of time that we spend in the north of Ireland. We do a great deal in Wales. I bring the Climate Change Committee to the north of Ireland, or I will now, once again, now that you have a government, and we are very determined to work with you. It is for you, if I may say so, to give us the opportunities to do that. And we've also said to the Northern Irish Committee, which asked us these things, that we'll also be very happy to help where they think it's proper for us to help in advising the South on those things which you have in common, like the energy system and the very similar sorts of farming, because they drew the attention, which I hope I recognized before, of the fact that in these things, the island of Ireland has the same problems and are going to have to find some of the same answers. We are at your service. I don't think you change things by having somebody redoing the work. And if you want us over there, as I've shown already, I'm always willing to come, and they'll take it from the son of a Welsh-speaking Welshman who comes from the east of England and was born in the north of England, and I hope has been seen as an independent in the whole Irish story, which I have been pressed again and again to make opinions which I have never let go.
Okay, and look, I do appreciate that, Lord Devon, as well. And as I said, you know, I think some of the issues you heard here today are not necessarily, we're not necessarily against what you're saying by any means. But really, what we're trying to communicate to you is that, you know, in this hall we will have to spread a lot of these messages, and we have to get to the guys on the ground, and that's maybe not as straightforward as what it might seem. Just so,
I know that.
but look, can we thank you very much for your time, and can we appreciate just respond to that? Thank you. Okay, and everybody, and we'll move on to Professor Alistair Stanton. And I'm sorry that that potentially some of the issues that we've already discussed there, maybe Alice would be best placed to answer them, actually. So we'll look forward to having a discussion with her later on. Professor Alistair Stanton is a clinical scientist, currently professor in cardiovascular pharmacology. I'm glad I got that out, at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, and also director of human health at Devenish Nutrition. So we all know who Alice is. She's authored in excess of 140 peer-reviewed papers and has delivered many lectures concerning evidence-based healthy diets from sustainable food systems, including, of course, at the Oxford Farming Conference in 2020. She recently served in the committee in developing Ireland's Agri-Food strategy to 2030, and as an assembly member for the Horizon Europe Cancer Mission. She is a member of the Irish Climate and Health Coalition as well. So look, she's got a great CV there. So Alice, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here to discuss climate, food production, food consumption, and particularly its relationship with human health. Lord Debenham and I mightn't be totally in agreement. I'm not the only doctor who says that we should continue to eat meat in appropriate proportions, and likewise dairy. And I'll show you the evidence. And I'll also show you that actually some of the facts that are being quoted by various committees are not necessarily evidence-based. And we must look for the primary evidence. We must be sure that both the scientists and our policymakers are using true evidence that is peer-reviewed and that is available for all of us to question. And I will take you through that throughout my talk. I'm absolutely in agreement with Lord Ednam that we cannot allow climate change. It will be disastrous for human health. We would have more weather events. We would endanger global food supplies. We would have more starvation. We would have more infections borne by vectors such as mosquitoes. We would have more starvation, migration, and inequalities. So we absolutely cannot allow it to happen. I am going to focus on the relationship between food and human health. Our task in feeding the world with nutritious food and staying within planetary boundaries is going to be rendered more difficult because the world's population is growing. It's currently at almost 8 billion and is projected to rise to 10 billion by 2050, when we absolutely need to be net carbon neutral. In considering food and human health, I'm going to bring us back to what is the definition of a healthy diet. And a healthy diet needs to do two things. It needs to protect against malnutrition in all its forms. And it also needs to protect against non-communicable diseases. That's all the chronic diseases such as diabetes, heart attacks, strokes, and cancer. In the food and human health debate, there probably has been a little bit too much emphasis on the excesses, the obesity, and the excess foods that contribute to non-communicable diseases. And there's been a little bit of forgetting about the protection against malnutrition, because that actually is a bigger worldwide problem. And it's not only in the low-income countries. There are many within high-income countries, such as Northern Ireland, who are suffering from hidden hunger. The panel to the right there, 2 billion are suffering from hidden hunger. There are almost 1 billion who actually go to bed hungry, but there's also at least 2 billion of us that actually do not have a sufficiently high quality diet, in particular, lacking in essential amino acids, in electrolytes such as iron, zinc, selenium, iodine, and vitamins such as vitamin B12, vitamin D, vitamin A, many of which either solely come from animal source foods or are best derived from those foods. I'm going to introduce to you the Global Burden of Disease Analysis and Reports. These are highly influential reports that are published in The Lancet every 2 years. They provide data on the diseases, injuries, and the risk factors that lead to those diseases and cause deaths and illnesses. They're published every 2 years for the last 30 years in The Lancet. And as I said, they're hugely influential. Lots of the United Nations reports, the World Health Organization, the European Commission papers, UK's or England's National Food Strategy, which also will influence Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And I'll talk about that later on. And also, they were quoted in the very influential Eat Lancet reference diet published in 2019. This is what the 2017 analysis from the Global Burden of Disease collaborators showed. They showed that actually nutritional risk factors are causing more deaths and more DALYs than cigarette smoking. So they're creating a bigger disease burden than cigarette smoking. On the left-hand side are the deaths. On the right-hand side are the DALYs. DALYs are disability adjusted life years, and they're a measure of illnesses that don't cause death. They're a measure of human misery due to illnesses. And they're also a measure of healthcare costs and costs to the economy due to lack of contribution through employment. So they're really important, and maybe in some ways more important than deaths. In large part, the DALYs parallel the deaths. 0.1% of these deaths and DALYs are attributable to excessive red meat consumption. It is small print, and it's excessive red meat consumption. So certainly I would agree with Lord Debenham. There are a certain percentage of the world's population that needs to cut down on its red meat consumption because of risks of chronic diseases such as colon cancer and cardiovascular diseases. But it's not very many. The left-hand panel actually shows how much red meat is being eaten on a daily basis worldwide. And you can see there are three modes. The high-income countries, on average, are eating about 50 grams of red meat per day. That equals about 350 grams per week. So it's 2 or 3 portions of red meat per week. The majority of the world are eating less than 75 grams or less than 4 portions a week. The right-hand panel shows the relationship between red meat consumption on the horizontal axis and risk of colon cancer. And you can actually see that at 40, 60, 80 grams of red meat per day, the slope has not even gone up. It's only when you get above 100 grams of red meat per day, and that's less than 1% of the world's population are actually eating more than 100 grams of red meat a day, that you actually see a statistically significant increase in colon cancer. And that's at a 5% increase in colon cancer lifetime risk, which is 5% of about 5% of people get colon cancer. So it's a tiny absolute increase in colon cancer, and it's only there if you are the 1 in 100 that actually eats more than 100 grams of red meat per day. Global burden of disease data actually show us that diets low in milk are actually causing deaths and DALYs. And that's an underestimate, because in actual fact, they've divided out also diets low in calcium, diets low in vitamin D, which milk is rich in. They actually cause deaths and DALYs also. It's also an underestimate because it only actually acknowledges the protection that dairy provides against colon cancer. And in fact, you can see here that the protection that dairy provides for colon cancer is considerably greater than any risk caused by red meat. And it extends throughout the intake of dairy products. This is the worldwide intake of milk. And in actual fact, the vast majority of the world are taking less than 1 portion of milk per day. In fact, the majority of the world are taking less than half of a portion, so less than 125 mLs of milk per day. But yet the protection from colon cancer actually goes as high as 800 mLs or grams of milk or dairy products per day. So at least 3 portions gives you even more protection than 1 or 2. And that's also the case for heart attacks and strokes. This is not publicized information. This comes from the most recent large-scale worldwide study conducted in 22 countries worldwide. Low income, medium income, and high income countries. And the same was found in all of these countries. If you drank 2 servings of dairy, and that's milk, yogurt, butter, and cheese, or more than that, 25% protection against death, 32% protection against heart attacks and strokes. That's huge protection. Let's talk about nutritional deficiencies. The most important malnutrition that occurs in the world is child and maternal malnutrition. It causes lots of deaths. I think that's up to 4 million deaths and 1 million DALIs, because many children, if they are starved in utero and in the first 2 years of life, they suffer with ill health for many years to come. One of the worst outcomes of child and maternal malnutrition is childhood stunting. Childhood stunting is not just small children. It's damaged children, both physically and mentally. Lesser ability to think, lesser ability to function in school, less academic achievements, less career options, and then a lesser ability to provide for your family. So it's perpetuated in generation after generation, a vicious circle. In the bottom left panel, you can see the countries that are colored in pink have a childhood stunting rate of greater than 30%. 1 in 3 children are stunted. They are the very same countries that have the lowest intake of milk and meat. Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa have the highest rates of stunting, the lowest rates of meat and dairy intake. So that's an association. It doesn't prove causation. But look at this study conducted in Kenyan school children over 2 years. They looked at 12 schools and they allocated 3 of the schools to no additional food. 3 of the schools got a vegetable stew each day when they attended school. 3 of the schools got the vegetable stew and milk, and 3 of the schools got a vegetable stew and meat. And they looked at the children's scores over seven subjects. Sorry, I'm just going to get some water. So they looked at 7 subjects over the 2 years. And then the composite score is to the right-hand side of the far panel. After 5 semesters, the average scores of the children in the meat and milk groups were 17% and 13% higher respectively than those in the control group. Those with the vegetable stew actually weren't that different to the control group at all. Let's also look at the chief excesses. So diets that are high in calories, obesity, and diets that are high in sodium. Ultra-processed foods are the greatest providers of empty calories and salt excess. These two studies show that actually an observational study on the left, the relationship between ultra-processed foods and obesity. So those that were eating the most ultra-processed foods, and that was more than 75% of their diet was ultra-processed. So it was pizzas, sauces, plant-based burgers, whatever, biscuits, cakes. They were 50% more likely to be obese than those that eat the least ultra-processed foods. And it's shocking to me that actually the bottom quarter for eating ultra-processed foods were eating less than 1/3 ultra-processed food. No one should be eating 1/3 ultra-processed food. They should be eating 90% whole foods. Again, a randomized controlled study which actually proves that ultra-processed foods leads to weight gain and obesity. The currently available plant-based meat and dairy alternatives are ultra-processed foods. They are really high in added sugars, salt, and multiple cosmetic additions, colorants, flavors, etc. So the Beyond Meat burger does have the same protein content. We're not sure about its essential amino acid content, but it has the same protein content as steak, but it has 5 times the salt, leading to hypertension and strokes. Not a good idea. The jackfruit and mushroom products typically have even more sugar and salt and less than 20% of the protein, multiple additives. And almond milk, 1/8 of the protein compared with whole fat or skim milk, 1/4 of the zinc. No child should be fed almond milk. I'm in agreement with Stephen Van Fleet from Duke University when he commented on the mimicking of animal foods using isolated plant proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals. And that's actually similar to both plant-based foods and the cultured meat products that are currently available. That totally underestimates the true nutritional complexity of whole foods in their natural state. We should use these alternatives only in terms of sensory or taste experience, but they're not true replacements in terms of nutrition. I'm also in agreement with the UN Global Panel, who said that more nutrient-rich whole foods, both plant and animal sourced, must be produced through sustainable, resilient food systems. So I'm totally in agreement, must be sustainable, must be environmentally friendly, must protect the climate. We must make those nutrient-rich foods available, accessible, affordable, and desirable for all. One of the first attempts, and I compliment them on their first attempt to balance environmental needs and nutrient needs for the world, was the Eat Lancet reference diet. And they recommended a doubling of intake of fruits, vegetables, legumes, nuts, and seeds. And I certainly am in favor of nutrient-rich fruits and vegetables being taken. And I'm going to ask this room, how many are actually agreeing, are eating in accordance with the Eat Well plate, which is the current guidance, which demands 5 portions of fruit and vegetables per day? Is anyone going to put their hand up? I put my hand up. I totally agree with that. The Eat Lancet reference diet actually says you have to go up to 10 portions. Is this realistic? Is this going to happen? Could we afford it? They recommend a halving of meat and dairy intakes and a 90% reduction in red meat consumption, mainly driven by the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ruminant agriculture. They say that this diet if adhered to by the world's population, and good luck to them, that would save 11 million deaths. And they've got this from the Global Burden of Disease analysis of 2017. Those savings of lives would come from the reduction in calories, because in fact, we're all going to, us women are allowed 2,000 calories per day, and men are allowed 2,500. And again, I'm not so sure that many in this room are obeying those calorie restrictions, and certainly it's not being helped by ultra-processed foods. So the reduction in calories, the reduction in salt, the increase in fruit and vegetables is what was going to save lives. It wasn't the reduced red meat intake, because red meat, by the Global Burden of Disease 2017 analysis, was causing 25,000 deaths worldwide. So that's only a tiny proportion of the 11 million deaths that were going to be saved. There was no accounting of the fact that halving dairy would increase cancer and cardiovascular deaths and just improve bone health. There was no accounting of the nutritional deficiencies that will be caused by the halving of meat and dairy. Was I surprised when the 2019 analysis came out at the end of 2020, when we were all in lockdown? Red meat deaths has gone from causing, or being estimated to cause, 25,000 deaths globally, up to 896,000 deaths. That's a 36-fold increase. Salt has almost halved in its impact. So that means excessive salt may not be as important. Fruit and vegetables, actually, their benefits have also been halved. These are huge changes in the estimates, and we need evidence, and we need to be able to interrogate the evidence for how these changes came about. And has that been provided? No, it hasn't. I'm going to look at the red meat issue in more detail. The Global Burden of Disease collaborators reported 3 major differences in how they estimated deaths attributable to dietary risk factors. They've changed the way they are estimating our intake of meat, dairy, fruit and vegetables. And in fact, it does look more accurate. I don't have an argument with the first point. I do have an argument with the 2 second points. New systematic reviews and meta-regressions. We need to have a look at these really closely. They have found sufficient evidence that not only does red meat cause diabetes mellitus and colon cancer, excessive red meat, they now say that actually it's causing heart attacks, breast cancer, hemorrhagic stroke, and ischemic stroke. And rather than it being excessive red meat, so red meat consumption in excess of 70, 80, 90 grams per day, they're saying that actually red meat from its first mouthful is causing these problems. So they've reduced the theoretical minimum risk exposure level, which is the level of intake of red meat, which does no harm, from 22 grams, 0.5 per day to 0. Now, previously, they used data from other researchers, from peer-reviewed systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So they used all of the information that was available in the medical literature, which they used, and everyone else could look at and say, yeah, we agree with that. They also graded the evidence in terms of, was it convincing or not? The quality of the evidence. They've done a totally different in the 2019 analysis. They did their own systematic reviews. They are reporting global health estimates. And therefore, there's a procedure whereby they have to obey. All of the medical journals, including the Lancet, have agreed that they need to report all of the evidence, all of the inputs, and how they did the analysis so that everyone can look at it. Likewise, since they didn't use other people's systematic reviews, they did their own de novo systematic reviews. They need to obey the PRISMA guidelines, which again requires all of the information to be made available to all researchers and all policymakers. Did that happen? No. In fact, they just told us for red meat, we had 760 sources for our red meat intake, and we had 92 sources for our estimates of the risk relationships of red meat with heart attacks, with breast cancer, with strokes, and the theoretical minimum risk exposure level. This contrasts with a really comprehensive and transparent set of reviews that were published in the Annals of Internal Medicine in 2019. And the findings of this really transparent analysis was that concerning unprocessed red meat, it was causing very few cardiovascular deaths, very few cases of diabetes, and very few cases of cancer deaths. And even those few deaths, the certainty of the evidence was either very low or low. And the conclusions was that there was considerable uncertainty surrounding the evidence, and their recommendations, which are not visible on this slide, was people should continue to eat red meat in the proportions that they are currently eating them. Just looking at one of the adverse outcomes, they said that red meat was causing about 100,000 hemorrhagic stroke deaths. A reminder of most of the world are eating less than 75 grams of red meat per day. And in fact, let's look at 50 grams because that's the average in high-income countries. Global burden of disease risk relationship is shown on the bottom left panel. And at 50 grams of red meat per day, they say that there's a 20% increase in hemorrhagic strokes. To the right of the slide, I've shown the 7 largest studies that have studied the relationship between red meat and hemorrhagic stroke. The hemorrhagic stroke is the worst type of stroke. It's a big bleed in the brain, does a lot of damage, and in actual fact is commonly fatal. You do not want to have a hemorrhagic stroke. In those 7 studies, there isn't a single study that actually shows any increase in risk at 50 grams per day. There is no relationship between red meat intake and hemorrhagic stroke available in the medical literature currently. A group of us, 6 professors from 6 different universities from 4 different countries, wrote to the Lancet, and we very politely asked for all of the data inputs and data analysis which underpinned the Global Burden of Disease 2019 analysis. And we said that until that data was made available, it would be highly inappropriate and imprudent for these estimates to be utilized in any national or international policy documents, nor in any regulatory or legislative decisions. And we knew that that was going to be very important for a range of policy decisions and summits that were coming up. So the 4 UN conferences occurring this year and next, including COP26. We also knew it would be important for further developments in the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, and indeed for the National Food Strategy devised for England. And I can understand why Lord Devenish is saying, actually, it's absolutely clear that red meat consumption needs to reduce, that you won't find a doctor that says otherwise, because this is the kind of data, the 2019 analysis, that his committee and other UN committees are dealing with. And in fact, it has already influenced the National Food Strategy. So this slide is, I think it's slide 55 in the evidence document for the National Food Strategy. What it indicates is that diets high in red meat are causing twice the number of DALIs as salt. This comes from the Global Burden of Disease 2019 analysis. So this non-transparent, non-evidence-based global health estimates is already influencing the National Food Strategy and may well influence the Climate Change Committee and other UN COP26 committees. My concluding slide. Animal source foods are nutrient-rich foods. The relationship between red meat and disease burden is U-shaped. So yes, excessive red meat consumption, and I think we need to quantify it. I can see some low certainty evidence that red meat consumption in excess of 75 grams per day may be associated with colon cancer and cardiovascular events, not hemorrhagic stroke, but yes, you can see a trend above that with heart attacks. We need to remember insufficient red meat consumption, certainly less than 30 grams a day, if you don't provide the essential amino acids, vitamins and minerals very carefully. That's associated with the 2 to 10-fold increases in iron and B12 deficiency anemia, stunted childhood growth, stunted cognition, osteoporosis, and sarcopenia. That's weakness or fragility of the elderly. Milk and dairy intake up to 3 portions a day, actually, there's a continuous relationship. It's protective against both nutritional deficiencies and chronic conditions. If we replace fresh meat and dairy with additive-rich, calorie-rich, ultra-processed foods, either plant-based or the current versions of cultured or fermented meat, so as to solve greenhouse gas emissions, there will be deleterious harms on human health. And that will particularly affect women, children, the elderly, and those of low income, who will go into the supermarkets and buy the cheap ultra-processed foods. Global health estimates are really valuable. We can't expect our policymakers and our scientists to go back and do all of the original calculations themselves. However, the global health estimates that they use must be evidence-based, and they must be transparently evidence-based. Thank you.
I'll invite David and Arron both to come to the stage as well, just for a quick discussion panel, please. You all know David Brown, Deputy President, Farmers Union, and Arron Wright, who's leading up the green growth strategy, Arron, as far as I understand, in the department. Yeah. Right. I suppose maybe Alice could just start with you. Could you just and it's something you didn't really talk about, but it's maybe an issue that we haven't discussed today, was around the greenhouse gas emissions per unit of nutrient. And whether, you know, that takes us into a whole different area around plant-based versus animal-based product. And actually maybe some of this plant-based stuff isn't as environmentally friendly as what they make it out to be. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think we're still grappling with how we balance greenhouse gases and nutrient quality. And initially, it was calculated on greenhouse gases per 100 grams. But in actual fact, 100 grams of the vegetable gives you very few nutrients, either macronutrients or micronutrients by comparison with meat. And then they considered, well, we could do it greenhouse gases emissions per calorie. But actually, when you do that, sweets come out the best because they provide lots of calories and they don't actually cause any generation of greenhouse, or very few greenhouse gas emissions. So then it was thought we could do it on nutrient density, and that's, I think, what you're alluding to. So nutrient dense foods, and I think that is the direction to go. But you can play with that as well. You actually need different nutrients from different food groups. So you actually need to do a nutrient density per food group, and you would need it protein rich, fruit and vegetables, dairy, whole grains. You need to do it for different food groups. And I think there's a lot of research going into how we best balance it. But yeah, something like that will more even the equation and be a truer reflection of the balance between environment and human health.
David, maybe I could ask you just to do my job for me and maybe sum up what you heard in the last two presentations, because in some regards, maybe they're both saying the same thing. Maybe they're saying something completely different. I'm not too sure, but I suppose Lord Devon, if he was here, would say that he's talking about climate and about carbon. He's saying eat less meat for carbon reasons, not for nutrient reasons. But is that how you would see it?
Well, I think that undoubtedly there is some, I suppose, opposition in those two views, because ultimately at the end of the day, while Lord Devon, obviously as a chair of the CCC panel, his job and role has been to advise government about how best we can reduce our emissions and tackle climate change. I think, and I have had the privilege right back at the Oxford Conference in 2020, hearing Alice speak for the very first time on this topic. And I guess it was one of those occasions when I felt a page of notes on it, because simply it was a discussion proceeding on to where we are in relation to the Lancet report. And I think it's fairly evident, and we could maybe tie it down to that anti-red meat, anti-agriculture almost aspect of a lot of scientific input, that it begs into question absolutely what Alice has said. I find myself very comforted by a lot of what she said, because ultimately at the end of the day, what we see in terms of scientific papers, we need to question, we need to seek the evidence, you know, and Lord Devon made reference to that, and indeed, you know, the fact if you're going to ultimately trust that the science exists around climate change and the need for action, then you have to trust the science. And I think comes back, if we have a degree of mistrust in some of the science that has been put out there, it does undermine some of those arguments.
So, but you're still comfortable with your position in the Farmers Union that you've embraced Lord Devon's target, 82% target?
Yeah, I mean, I think go right back to like the sixth carbon budget back in December of last year. And I appreciate, like, for our members, it maybe took them a bit of time to get their heads around why we as an Ulster Farmers Union would have come out, and I was the one put forward dealing with environmental issues, put forward on radio and TV to make that case that we did accept the recommendations of the sixth carbon budget. And the reason we did that was for the very first time we saw recognition given to the fact that Northern Ireland feeds a large proportion of the population. You know, with our little population of 1.8 million, we're feeding somewhere in the region of 10 million that protein intake in the United Kingdom and GB, and therefore this sixth carbon budget recognised that fact, and the 82% was based around that.
And just when you're on that topic, have you a message for the politicians and the environmentalists, maybe some people actually here today as well, who are still pushing for a net zero 2045 target? What's your message from what you've heard today? What's your message to that? Because maybe I know Lord Devon has made it very, very clear, and he said it today as well, that it's just unachievable for Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, he's used other words. He said it's unscientific, unachievable, as you say, morally wrong. In fact, he commented on at a previous occasion at the DAERA committee. I've had opportunity on 2 occasions to appear in front of that DAERA committee in Stormont, and made very much the same argument, that give us a target that we believe we can work towards. Don't give us something that is undeliverable. And to our politicians, I couldn't be more blunt than Lord Devon has been, and fundamentally say to them, catch yourselves on, because what you're actually continuing to promote is something that will in fact turn the agricultural industry on its head, in the sense that they're going to say, as Lord Devon has said this afternoon, that why would we engage in this? And that's a message, and you've said it, that we need to get out to our farming members and to the public, that we are on this page. We believe agriculture is part of the solution in, I suppose, delivering for climate change, and ultimately give us a target that we can work towards.
And Arron, maybe just come to you briefly and before we go to the floor and online, but I'm sort of strategied out at this point in time, and you've brought another strategy to the table in this green growth strategy. Maybe could you maybe just put it into terms for a farming audience and for the people that we, our customers, you know, what the green growth strategy will mean for them going forward?
I can indeed, David. Thank you. Well, I guess it really brings into context some of the discussions earlier today. The fact that Lord Devon sort of announced that, or made the point that, you know, climate change, the climate challenges we face and the environment challenges that we face here and globally are symptoms essentially of how we live and how we work. So the challenge for us in Northern Ireland and for many around the world is to look at society here, to look at the economy and the structure of our economy, and to make changes to that will then have beneficial impacts on the climate and the environment. If we look at, you know, those sectors of the economy, all are very different, all have different, they bring different benefits to the table, and they have different challenges. And there are lots of strategies, David, as you say, that are trying to address within different sectors and even within parts of sectors. And one of the points that Alice made, which is just very, very timely, is the unintended consequences of focusing in isolation, going after one particular goal. And the example with the sweets was a very good one: minimal impact on the environment, but not particularly good for your health. So with the green growth strategy, the approach we have taken is to look to bring a balanced plan, a long-term plan, because a lot of these sort of approaches that have been taken maybe lack the ability to think long-term, to bring that element of planning and consideration into, you know, the future approach that we need to take. And it needs to be a balanced one, that we're not focusing solely on carbon, that we need to think of the impacts that, you know, what actions we are taking will have on biodiversity, which links into some of the talks and discussions this morning, also on human health. And very importantly, and this is one that the Minister and the Executive have been very, you know, aware of, is the economy. You know, people are going to need, you know, the agricultural sector and other sectors to survive. And it's important that those sectors look to join up where there is opportunities for synergy. And the green growth strategy is about trying to help identify where those exist. And some exist for agriculture that we're looking at the minute, by joining up with, you know, Department for the Economy, Department for Infrastructure, Transport, and certain private sector companies and others here to look at how we can look at maybe taking what would be seen as agri-waste streams and turning those into income streams for farmers.
Okay, folks, anybody, any questions, burning questions from the audience? We'll not hang on too long if we want to question. I have one question here just around Alice's view, just around the science of how do we change policymakers? How do we stop it happening that they use bad science in development policy? And that's not an easy question to answer, but just, you know, is it just a matter of keep on banging the drum, you know?
On this particular issue, I think that the scientists, the medical societies, the farming groups, everyone involved in the agri-food sector should write to the Lancet and ask for the underlying evidence in accordance with the two protocols. And interestingly, the editor-in-chief of the Lancet and the lead author of the Global Burden of Disease 2019 analysis are authors of the Gather Statement. So they have devised a protocol which they have not obeyed, and they have refused to release the data to interested scientists. So I think everyone should be asking for the information, and everyone should say to the Climate Change Committee and to the UN and to COP26, you cannot use those estimates until the underlying evidence is produced, published, peer-reviewed, and available for everyone to examine. And it's very similar to what needs to happen within sustainability measures. Measure and manage. You actually need accurate data in order to take decisions.
And could you maybe just comment as well around our young people? I have a concern about our young people. People mention here social media and influencers in social media giving young people the wrong advice around what they should and shouldn't eat. You know, and the drive to plant-based veganism, etc. You know, maybe isn't necessarily a good thing for young people. Just have you? How does an industry? How do we as an industry maybe try and tackle that or debunk some of the myths around that?
I think it is an issue. The social media is filled with so-called experts who are promoting plant-based foods, and you can do plant-based diet very, very well if you're very knowledgeable, if you have lots of time, and you are very willing to make all of the efforts. Unfortunately, many people, and particularly mothers and fathers of young children, are not so rich in time. And my fear is that they will go to the supermarket and buy the plant-based ultra-processed foods, and they will damage their own health and they will damage the health of generations to come. I think it is a responsibility of the nutritional experts and the medical experts to actually ensure that the national guidelines are balanced and are evidence-based. I'm not sure that the agri-food commercial sector, I'm not sure if it's either their responsibility or if they're best placed to counter the social media discussions.
And David, just to round all that as well, and the message that we're trying to put out there to farmers, you know, could the industry come together and develop some sort of a clear message? You know, for instance, the campaign that was done recently by HDB was actually quite successful around about eat balanced. You know, is there more we could do as an industry to try to get some of those positive messages across?
Yeah, well, I think back to probably when we first had Veganuary, you know, ultimately we as an industry did have discussions around that. I was across at a meeting in Stoneleigh of our counterparts in NFU and so forth. And in reality, I suppose the recognition that you know, those, albeit to be fair, in Western Europe, there is a reduction in meat consumption, and that's evident. But equally, those who shout the loudest are a small minority. And those vegans, perhaps sitting at in around 1% of the UK population, are very vocal on social media. I think probably going head to head with them is not the wisest thing to do. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think the other side of that is that we as an industry, and Lord Devon has repeated it a couple of times here this evening, our grass-based production here in Northern Ireland, the image that we have in terms of agriculture is something that we continue to need to promote. The UK is sitting at somewhere around 75% self-sufficient in beef. I think the real danger is, and it's been alluded to a number of times this afternoon, that you know, the hypocrisy of the government we currently have in Westminster means that they're quite willing to sacrifice local production off the back of trade deals where they want to get other things into those marketplaces, and agriculture is the sacrificial lamb. That's a real challenge when we have not got a government with the integrity to stand over the promises and commitments that it made.
And finally, Arron, just to you, just a comment made here around the green growth strategy. Like, you know, until we see the detail, I think some of the farmers here are sort of saying that we'll wait to see the detail. When are we going to know the detail of what it really means, or will there ever be detail in green growth? Is it just a high level? Is it just a high level thing that then is pushing other things in a certain direction?
I think it's important to point out that the green growth strategy isn't a DAERA strategy. It's a strategy that has been taken forward for the Northern Ireland Executive. It's really designed to give a direction of travel, to identify the pathway that we need to go down. It contains, and as you point out, the consultation document was launched yesterday. So I would encourage Ulster Farmers Union and others to to have a look at that, and their members to have a look at that and see what it contains. But ultimately, there's a lot of commitments in there that the executive have made. There's a lot of principles around how we need to consider transforming society going forward, but it is long term. And what we need to get to, the next step, is to have those more shorter focused targets in climate action plans and other action plans that will outline how different sectors can achieve step by step down that pathway over the next 30 years. So the detail will come, and as Alice and others have said, it takes time to get the evidence to build the case for that pathway, and that's something we don't want to be, we don't want to be bounced into putting detail down that is wrong. We want to work out what those opportunities are and what those unintended consequences are, and provide the necessary data.
Okay, right. We're going to finish there. Sorry, one question. Go on ahead. Just time for one. Keep it short.
I'll keep it short. Hi, how's it going? I'm here from an organisation called Climate NI. I'm just looking into some of the climate issues and resilience mainly, but so much good conversation here today, and I'm interested, even in the 82% target, there's still a 48% reduction that has to happen by 2030, right? So there's a lot of work to do, and just interested in what would be the best ways to keep this conversation going and making sure that everybody's in the room when these big decisions are being made.
David, I think that's probably one for you.
Coming my way. I suppose the first thing to say is it's very clear that we need climate legislation. That's not something that the agricultural industry, or indeed certainly not something the Ulster Farmers Union have shied away from. We've said we need climate legislation. It looks at the minute as though within Stormont we have that Bill 1, Bill 2, the debate that's ongoing there. And I don't even know if it's at this stage even a debate or discussion, because compromise seems to be something that's far-reaching and perhaps not achievable. And I think the real danger we have in this is that we end up with something getting dragged through Stormont. I appreciate some of the politicians that we have had discussions with have come to a better understanding. I think it's not alone our discussions with them. I think Lord Devon, appearing before the executive and indeed the DAERA committee, has helped support that. DAERA came out with its own bill, as you obviously know. That second bill, it is a bill with challenge in it, because in reality, despite the fact that we come out, and as I say, that was perhaps misunderstood by our 11,500 farming families that we represent back last autumn. When we supported that, there were those who questioned and said, how on earth can you support 46% land being removed from agricultural production? How can you support 150,000 hectares of peatland being re-wet? But in truth, agriculture is not shying away from the need and the desire to be, as I said earlier, part of that solution. But what we do need to find within our political sphere, there's 90 MLAs up at Stormont who will make this decision ultimately. And those politicians need, and I appreciate pride is a big thing in this, because once you've taken a position, it's very difficult to back away from it. It's very difficult to accept that maybe there is a better way. But I assure you there is a better way. And the experts that Lord Devon and his committee and the recommendations that DAERA have brought forward is the climate bill that we would like to see progress. I appreciate there may be bits from that first bill which may be added to it as a compromise, but in reality, those heads need knocked together as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think that's the position that we would take as well. Thank you, Davis, for for putting that across. Look, I'm going to finish it here, and thank you to the three panelists. I thought that was a super afternoon discussion. Can I just make a couple of general points before we finish? And you mentioned there about the climate bill. And I think we didn't maybe we didn't make it clear enough, but certainly we all know in this room that at least 82% is going to be really, really difficult. That's a big challenge for us as an industry. This is not simple stuff. This is not going to be easy. This is going to be really, really difficult. And I suppose the thing we would say as farmers is that just give us a chance to at least initially explore and drive as much efficiency as we can in our own sector before you drive any other targets at us. Give us a chance to see what we can actually achieve by efficiency, productivity, all those different things, making best use of our inputs. And I'll message everybody in the room as well, and this is a personal message from somebody who's involved in the communication business. I think as an industry, we're losing the plot around how we communicate messages to farmers, particularly around these sort of issues around climate change. We've got far too many organisations, far too many acronyms, far too many different wordy things going on that nobody's going to be able to put it all together into some sense. We've got to stand back off this. I was just writing earlier on there. We've got Beacon Farms, Farm Quality Assurance Scheme, EIP, ARC0, EIP, multi-species swords, farm innovation visits, TDF, Super G, BDG, ammonia strategy, green growth strategy, picking strategy, food agricultural policy. We've got to stand back and have a rethink about what we're doing as an industry, because we need to keep the messages simple, because this is really, really challenging stuff for our industry. It's going to be really challenging for us to get engagement on the ground and to get change on farms. And we've got to get back to simple, clear messages. Sorry, that's a personal view. And I thought when I had the stage, I'd just make it. So look, thank you to the panelists, and I'm going to hand over to Victor, and you all know who Victor is, President of the Farmers Union, and he's going to finish off just a few concluding remarks. So thank you, Victor.
Thank you. We all stand up and then sit down again. Good. I've been told, that when you're the last speaker in a day, it's a graveyard shift. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all alive out there. Well, I want to tell you that we're alive, and the agriculture industry is alive too. And we're not a sunset industry. We will have to change, but we are alive. I won't keep you that long, so if you bear with me a minute. Look, we as farmers, climate change is necessary, climate action is necessary, and every member of society must play their part in tackling this issue. We farmers are up for that challenge. Climate change is affecting every farmer across the globe. Farming is on the front line of climate change impacts, being particularly vulnerable to extreme weather events. So we understand more than most that there is a need to address climate change and to make our farms more resilient in a changing climate. While Northern Ireland must reduce our impact on the climate, we should not reduce our capacity to produce high quality, affordable food produced to high environmental, animal health and welfare standards. Global demand for food is increasing, and according to UN forecasts, the number of mouths to feed will rise to nearly 10 billion by 2050. Alice, thank you for your presentation. It was a breath of fresh air. Thank you for all the work you do on the health of the nation and the role that the food that we produce has within that. Climate change legislation is necessary here in Northern Ireland. It's necessary to take us on our journey and towards UK net zero. However, the current private members' bill at the Assembly is completely unacceptable and could wipe out Northern agriculture and indeed our rural communities in a stroke. It is not backed up by credible evidence, and would not deliver a just transition. The executive bill is not perfect either, and it will require significant changes on our farms, but it has evidence behind it, targets, and recognised also that carbon leakage, the concerns that carbon leakage could happen. It must be supported and taken through the Northern Ireland Assembly. It's vital that we get legislation in place by the end of this mandate, but it must be the right legislation that doesn't simply export our problems somewhere else and deliver nothing for global warming. Our politicians must sit up and listen. Food security is something that's rarely talked about, but it will become increasingly important in a changing climate. COVID-19 clearly outlined how sensitive the food supply chain is to global shocks. The UK Climate Change Risk Assessment report published earlier this year outlined that climate change is likely to increase disruptive events that impact on global agricultural production and food supply chains through droughts, storms, and pests and diseases, with increased risks of disruptions associated with multiple production areas. In light of the increasing risks to the food supply chain, and particularly around food imports, removing the ability to locally produce high quality food is irresponsible. Therefore, we must find a way to tackle our emissions and to maintain sustainable food production. The UFU is opposed to a forced reduction in livestock numbers. Our livestock numbers is not up for sale. The UK is only around 60 or 70% self-sufficient on a calorific basis with regard to milk, meat, eggs from domestic livestock production. There continues to be a demand for meat and dairy products, and therefore the UK and Northern Ireland must not achieve its climate change ambitions by exporting production and our greenhouse gas emissions to other countries, commonly known as carbon leakage. It makes no sense to import product from countries where emissions are higher and standards are lower in order to meet climate change targets. I'm going to move on to trade deals. As we all know, government has signed up to Australia and New Zealand trade deal. A lot of this, I agree with Lord Devon's what Lord Devon has said on this. I sat on the Trade and Agricultural Commission night after night. I was nearly overwhelmed with papers about World Trade Organization and all the rest of it. We as a committee of 15 put in a lot of time and effort producing that report for government. It was a balanced report, it was a compromise report. Having produced that report and presented it to government back in March, 8 months later, the government has now come back with a few warm words, while in the meantime, they have forged ahead doing the very opposite of what was said in that trade deal. That will not cut it, neither for me or for our farmers. To be perfectly honest, I feel used and abused by the government on that Trade and Agricultural Commission. Moving forward, we must and will find ways to reduce our emissions further. A key part of this is being able to measure and manage. I am more than delighted to hear that the soil scheme has been given the green light. This is a hugely significant announcement from the Minister this morning, and all this came about on the back of the work by the Sustainable Agriculture Land Management Strategy Group, chaired by Joan Gilliland. Thank you, Joan, for you and your group's work. This group was where farmers and environmentalists work together to find solutions. We work best when we work together in partnership. The soil scheme will give us information which will set us apart from every other region or nation and help us to learn more about our soils and indeed our carbon sequestration. This will be world leading and help us on our journey to UK net zero. As farmers, we look forward getting more information about our farms to help us manage our land better. Let's make it happen. It's all about from our soils to the society. I will not stand back and listen to accusations that Northern Ireland farmers are lagging behind and that we are lacking in ambition when it comes to climate change. Anybody that took the time to watch the videos that were played over lunchtime will see what we have seen and heard today are good examples of the good work that is going on and the plans that are in place. On my own farm over the years, and I'll just take one example, we've reduced the use of our artificial fertiliser by the better use of slurries, by adding water to our slurries, 2 parts slurry to 1 part water, meant that the nutrient uptake was 25% more and there was 25% less emissions. This was made possible by the umbilical system and low emission spreading. Changing our silage making system to a multi-cut system has again reduced fertiliser use by better bounce back from grass cut at a younger stage. It has also increased the protein and the ME of the silage produced, a win-win all around. That's just one thing, and I'm not going to go on about my own farm, we'll be here all day. Every farmer in Northern Ireland who isn't already on this journey can take action now, and I encourage all my fellow farmers to keep looking for those improvements that can deliver for the environment and the climate. CAFRE has outlined today some of those actions. Most are win-win for the farmer and the environment, and we need to get on with it. We also need continued investment in research and long-term commitments from the Northern Ireland Executive to research projects. Joan Gilliland has outlined innovative ways of looking at our soil carbon. We need more projects like this, and we also need to link in with the wider economy. For example, biomethane produced on farms has huge potential to fuel our vehicles and indeed our homes. The technology is there and the innovative minds are there, but we need everyone to work together to deliver this. I hope that the Green Growth Strategy will help us deliver something of this. As farmers, we are proud to feed the nation, and we do an excellent job here in Northern Ireland, but we can and will do better. There's always room for improvements. As farmers, we will play our part in the climate action. We are up for that challenge, but it must be fair without the threat of low quality and high emission imports being brought in to undermine us. And we must deliver a just transition for our farmers and rural communities. Lord Devon mentioned the service sector, and I think that is a sector we need to target to make sure that they support local and support local food produced to a lower carbon rate than just imported food being sold only on price. Our government and public procurement should be stepping up and sourcing high quality local food for our schools, hospitals, public buildings that is produced to the high standards they demand, rather than purchasing at lower cost. Ensuring a profitable and productive agriculture sector while reducing emissions is a very challenge, but an essential task. Northern Ireland agriculture, if appropriately equipped and empowered, and with the right tools and support, will play a key role in tackling climate change. We all need to work together to get this right. Sustainable regenerative farming is the future for all Northern Ireland farms, and we all as farmers need to get on that ladder. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings the event to a close, but before I close, may I just thank a few people here. May I thank CAFRE here for the facilities here today and for hosting this. May I also thank those that organised it, for DAERA and the UFU as organisers, for our chairpersons today, both Elizabeth and indeed David, for our speakers and indeed our panelists, both this morning and this afternoon. Thank you, and most of all, thank you all for submitting your questions and for attendance. There's no point as us organising a conference and having no attendees. So whether you're here in person or indeed at home on the screen, thank you for attending. This is not the last chat we will have about climate change, but we need to do more than chat. We need actions. Let's go forward. Thank you.